Hello and welcome to Tales of the Tumble Tinkered. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Tumble Tinkered Discord server. Um, we are picking up. We are down one Eldon this week. He's doing family issues, so we wish him all the best and get some rest. And we'll see him again really soon. But we are picking up pretty much where we left off from last week. I'm getting an echo here. I'm not sure what's happening there.
It's Nan's mic.
Yeah. Okay. So the group had gone into the tunnels, rescued some children from some bizarre-looking gemstone dragonkin, who'd never seen their like before. And rather than try to troop their way out of the tunnels with a bunch of scared kids and a whole bunch and some of their caretakers, they decided they were going to be teleporting out using teleportation circle. So the group, before they went, discovered that one of the caretakers seemed to have been infected by something, some sort of psychic presence that Amethyst was able to detect regarding something wrong with their mind. And so the group went and I'm just going to echo again now. So the group took the individual off the side there and attempted to do what they could to stop this thing, to cure it, and was unable to do so. And the caretaker ended up not surviving the process. So with that, they did get the rest, verified the kids and the other caretakers were okay, and teleported back to Anol Korun. A bit of a surprise to the Bards Guild as they all appeared in the circle chamber in the Bard headquarters. But after smoothing things over and speaking with Halork and giving the kids a chance to recover a little bit and get some food and some drink into them, Sora reached out to Strolix, who was still somewhere in Drakoll, and he assured Sora that he could be there, and within an hour arrived at the Temple of Light in Anol Korun. The group met up with them, bringing the children across over to the city there, and that's pretty much what we're picking up is at the Temple of Light. I will say that this are starting off here. The group has been we'll spending some time in Anol Korun doing some training, and a chance to do some research and everything else. But we're going to start there as there are some questions and some things happening initially. So, Temple of Light, the kids are all being taken care of, watched over, and preparations are being made for them to be transported back to Drakoll. But Strolix, a silver dragonborn and sort of a cleric-looking regalia with the platinum dragon symbol on his armor there, does thank you all when he gets a chance there, and hands over a rather large sack of coin, 10,000 gold, in fact, for the people that could save the children of their nation.
Wait, the Save the Children Fund, aye.
It is, I mean, words and money are not enough for this sort of thing, but I wanted to ensure that there was some sort of reward, at least, for the people that save the children here. It's rather, it's something that's been going on, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. So any information we can get from you, or anything we can do to prevent this from happening further, we will work to do so. Unfortunately, it's happening across the entire nation and all the major cities.
Is that something that they can afford? 10,000 seems like a lot to just part with.
She took a shot to the head, lad. Don't listen to her. She took a shot to the head.
I would assume that the price was too small for all of our children, but no, it is definitely it can definitely be afforded.
Okay. I wouldn't want to take from children that needed it, but if,
No,
if
this
it's something
is
that can be
from.
afforded, then
Oh, this is from
thanks a lot.
this is from the city of Agiris. Um, this is I secured the funds, um, and I hand them over to you for the service you've done here.
Okay. Well, much appreciated.
Of course. And Sora, you wanted to have a bit of a conversation, kind of away from everyone. Definitely. He's not essentially he will ensure that the children are um, taken to safety there. The acolytes that are with them are prepped to be able to take them back there, and um, he has a little bit of time. Not he won't be here for the whole week, unfortunately. He has to go back as well because he will let on that getting here was not something that could be done easily. He had to make arrangements for it to happen based on the need, of course, but it's not something that they could just do at a whim. I'm not sure why you're shaking your head. It's not like everyone has a teleportation circle wherever
It's
they want to
amazing how
go.
fast you can be somewhere if you really, really want to be.
Yeah, to save a bunch of children that have been kidnapped and taken from their families, kind of important. A booty call,
I'm
not so
Sora's
much.
best friend. She's important too. I can't help feeling
To
detached
one
from her.
person, yes. To an entire nation of multiple families across the place, they're a little different priority, but understandable. Yes.
She did take a shot to the head. She really did.
Yes.
Somebody was playing with her head, and
It's
it's
about
just
But
priorities.
residual.
I
It's
understand that.
residual effect. It's not her fault.
yes, um,
Someone's going to take a photo of the head in a minute.
the more you put that out there, the more uncomfortable he definitely gets because it's like, yeah, I mean, mission accomplished. He's really, really uncomfortable and doesn't want to be around you at this point, so he will kind of leave your presence because you're being incredibly judgy and what's the other word I'm looking for here? Yeah, it's very
Protective?
difficult.
Protective, I
Sure,
think is the word.
yes, and he's protecting a nation, not one person. I understand. And he is obviously every time he looks at Sora, he's obviously uncomfortable because it's not something he's easily able to do. And so, with that, he will kind of take Sora aside and um, I, she, you definitely have a friend who's very well protective.
Mouthy,
It is good
and
to
I walk
see.
away.
Good to see.
Yeah, yeah. I think we protect each other as much as we protect individuals.
That's good. It's I know it's hard.
Come
I
Nemesis, let's go find you a cleric to give you that tonic for your brain.
At least I've got a brain.
She means well,
How's your
and
back now?
she 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 protects me in good ways, and she's made this trip all bearable.
Oh,
of course. I mean it's important to have people to help and watch over you. I understand that. So
before I take Amethyst away, I'm going to stop and look at him. I says, "Have you ever seen?" And I describe what the gem dragon look like.
I've heard of their like. I've never seen one in person. They disappeared long before I was born. But I've heard of their I mean the stories of them when we fled, when our people fled the old world after the cataclysm, they were part of the group that all came, the refugees, and then some time centuries ago they started to disappear, and we were never able to find them. The fact that you saw some is a stuff of legend. I mean, I'll definitely pass it along and see if.
We
I
could
mean,
use as much information about that as possible.
from the little I know, um, every variation of dragonkin have different strengths and specialties. And while the metallic and chromatic all had more elemental in nature, theirs sort of a different. Some had very much psychic abilities, and some radiant, and even necrotic, and force, and more less elemental and more divine and art and primal forces. Um, but I don't, as I said, I've never seen one, and I don't know that I know anyone that has. They've been gone for centuries.
Yeah. Well, this one like to play with the what is it, Tamaxi? She like to play with
Oh, they could.
Amethyst's brain.
Well, then I do know that they were reputed to have some psychic abilities and such, even long ago. So we don't know. That is disconcerting, but may lend itself to the mystery of how the children were taken. I I will definitely pass this information along. I don't know what else I can say about that, unfortunately. And so, if that's anything else, there's a Sora will kind of wander off, and um, I we both taken a bit of a strange path. I know you were showing your devotion toward Bahamut when I last saw you. It's obviously you've taken a much stronger, a much stronger path with that. Jeez, that's a lot of beeping in my ears. I need to disable that. Um,
Definitely a good idea.
yeah, there we go. Okay, now we have that constantly going in my ear. Cool. Um, yeah, so I mean, I've more recently taken up uh the the faith, as they say. Um, Still learning and growing. You're muted.
Cleric of whom?
Bahamut. I mean,
Very nice.
he has the exact same, almost the same version of the imagery on his breastplate that he's wearing. He does also have an amulet around his neck. He does kind of touch every now and then. Um,
So, do you speak it?
oh, I speak with him all the time. I devote my devotions and prayers and such, and gain the power that I get.
Right, to talk back to you.
Um, I'm not quite of that level of devotion or power at this time. I know that
Crazy.
there's something that I know that there's something that the higher members of the order can do. But I've never done it myself yet.
You mean like commune?
Yes, yes.
Totally what I meant. Right. Yep, that's what I meant.
I mean, there's I've always heard. Um, I mean, speaking with the others, some do get messages, some do get um, uh, some do get a presence of some kind or a voice. I've never experienced that myself exactly. Nothing outright to the level of words and such. But have you?
No, totally not.
Well,
I don't
he
know how
does
to
have a good.
read him just yet. So,
He does have a good wisdom. I'm just gonna say, like, just his basic. I mean, even with a low roll, there, he's at insight is a wisdom based thing. He's kind of like nears his eyes, like, you don't sound quite. I mean, if you do, I mean, it makes sense. The more you do, the more you act, the more you are a part of important things. It makes sense. If you can, you have
I have lots of
heard.
times, loads of times, a bunch of times. Like I talked to him just before we went into the mountain to find out who to bring the kids to. I'll
And
start to
he,
sound like Eldon spilling out the whole beans of when I started talking to him and hearing conversations back.
okay. His eyes kind of go wide of like, I've never heard of that degree of communication without the use of like commune type magics or even stronger ones. That's well, that sort of does lend itself to doing important things. I
For the record, I don't have access to commune.
No, I didn't think so. Yeah, it's a fourth level cleric spell, I believe. So yeah,
5th level. Yeah.
fifth level. Okay, yeah, yeah. He doesn't either. He can't get that high yet. Um, I, well, I mean, it doesn't sound quite the same, but I, I, I don't know. That does lend itself to important things. So I always knew you were important.
It does. It does. But it's scary at the same time.
Of course, it's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders and lots of important things to deal with. I'm saying important too much. I'm sorry. It's just I don't really. I'm
I mean, knowing who your cousin is and knowing who I can obviously talk to, um, it's a little forthcoming to say important a lot, don't you think?
yeah. Yes, it is. I mean, it all is. Um, I I am things are happening in the world that are new, unprecedented, I just want to say it again, but yes, obviously important. I mean, it has to be dealt with. I'm, I, I never intended to leave Shorehaven. I wish I'd been able. You were on one of your trips, like out of the city, and we weren't really given a choice. We were recalled before I could really say anything. And when I
I
found
am.
out what was going on, I no, I didn't know what I could do. I didn't know things were just put into motion, and I was sort of caught up in it. Seems like you were as well.
Yeah, we caught up in it is another phrase. Um, I'm trying to remember if we told him about how I died in Port Oris.
You did. You told him. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because
Um,
he
and
You didn't
did
there
say
it.
was
how, but you just said you had died once, and he kind of flipped out on that one a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm. Those sorts of things are not to be taken lightly. I know. I'm glad you had someone of skill around to be able to bring you back. I don't. I can't even do that. Well, if I was there, he can revivify. But that's about as far as he can go.
yeah, I think we lucked out on that one, honestly, to tell you the truth. And then after that, it became a battle of getting gear to make sure it doesn't happen again.
He kind of like gestures to the museums of the guy. I don't even know what to make of all this, but seems like you're doing well in that aspect.
Well, that is the artificer. Okay, so this one here. obviously cannot go back home with you.
No, I have no intention of letting anyone know that I ever met this little one.
Awesome.
I'm glad he was taken to safety. Well, obviously not where you found him was safe, but I mean, he wasn't left to. I will say, since I've been back in Agiris, we are, my family especially, ensuring that does not happen within our hatcheries. The hatchlings will not be. They will not. It will not happen there. I will not let it.
So what is happening in the hatcheries that are letting it happen?
They're killing them. Since finding that out, I want, when I can, and I'm strong enough and I have influence enough, I will work to make sure it doesn't happen in anywhere in Drakoll. It is not right. It is not. It should not be done ever to anyone.
Do you know when this started?
Centuries ago. And he pauses. Around the same time the gemstones started disappearing. I don't know exactly the time period, but it's that long ago. It stopped a couple of centuries ago, at least to the exterior, as centuries ago, but 2 centuries ago, roughly. But I've learned that it's still being done within the borders of Drakoll.
Yeah, I learned that as well earlier on, that it was still being done and that the taking of our heads is also still being done even outside of our borders.
That well, and he's like, that was not a normal situation. That does not, I mean, even, and just you know that you were still very young, obviously, so you don't quite remember it exactly, but you learned since then that that person that did that was not acting on any authority, and the embassy did not honor that bounty. In fact, tried to imprison the guy and have him executed. Unfortunately, he escaped. So it's not being supported outside, as far as you know. And you dealt with the embassy in Port Oris, and they had no inherent like mistrust of you. They didn't have any hostility, especially a little wary, but not hostile at all.
Trying to think
It
if there's
is.
anything else that I wanted to say to him here, or if I wanted to.
I mean, we can, if you want to just talk for a bit, and if there's anything important, you can come back, bring it up again, and we'll step away to what these guys are doing here while you just. It
Sure.
can turn to less serious matters, and if you think of something
If
else here, we'll jump back to you in a bit.
bar hopping,
So
yep,
the
I
other
see that.
We
the
just,
other three,
we
as you
just
kind
want to
of
head out to the bar. We'll take Alden with us, and
Okay.
Sora knows
yep,
she
Tall
can get
Tales,
hold of us and
yeah,
stuff. So
Yeah.
Tall Tales Tavern. Okay, yeah.
Oops. God damn
And
it.
so I actually want to switch you guys over to a little bit of a view here. I have some images of Anol Korun, what it looks like. As you'll see, it's sort of a stone buildings, sandstone and constructed stone there. Sort of the skyline along here, the structures. You see lots of little patches of greenery here and there, a lot on the rooftops and places where obviously they keep working there. The mountains off in the distance can be seen. Those are the Airy Mountains, way off to the west of the city. And then down here, that's the tower where the Bardic Tavern is, and these lower level building. You basically teleported in pretty much up right about here. This window here is where you look out there, and then this structure off to the right side of it there is kind of the squat lower building that kind of makes up all the kind of the headquarters of the Bard here. So a bit of a fancy street, lots of lights and interesting looking buildings and such around there, but. Yeah, we have sort of the style of the city at least. And you make your way to the Tall Tale Tavern. Again, being most of the buildings being 1 to 2 stories, maybe 3 stories there. The Tall Tale Tavern being about a 4-story. Looks very similar to this right here. This isn't the exact building here, but kind of the way it stands up above the other buildings around it. And as you enter again, there's lots of tables and just around the whole place, bookshelves and little reading nooks and people just sitting around. And of course, ever present in almost every tavern in Anol Korun, a stage where someone is performing. At this point, probably more like being as it's, I think, in the early afternoon, kind of late morning, early afternoon. Just a quiet trio of people playing some music, like a flute, a lute, and some sort of a drum. Just kind of a more of an ambient sound music wise. I wish I had to play that, but I don't have it right now. So the three of you are able to get a table. Drinks are brought around of whatever kind there, and have had a conversation.
I'm going to open up is when they give you money, don't give it back.
I wasn't
What are
trying
you
to give it.
thinking?
I was
What
just
are you
making sure
thinking?
that the children didn't need it. That's
Yeah.
all.
Get off of the
Like-
thing with the guy in your head. Just if they give you money, you don't give it back.
No one's in my head.
It's not like they robbed the kids' piggy banks, is it? It's
I
obviously
just
from
wanted to
somewhere
make
else.
sure. I just wanted to
Exactly.
make sure they could spare it. That's
It's-
why I
she
didn't.
took
I
a
didn't like
shot
the
to the head.
idea
I'm telling
of
you, that's gotta
taking
be
money
it.
from kids that clearly need it.
You're not.
I
You're
mean,
not taking it from the kid. You're taking it from their parents.
and when they
It's-
said that, when they said that they could spare it, then it's fine. I just wanted to make sure first. Jeez.
Yeah. Next time, I'll take care of the negotiations. You're fine.
How's your back anyway? Still scratched?
It still itches a little bit, yeah. And Grim, the little little cat scratch you took in the last fight there, as came at this was.
Despite being completely healed, he still was bitching about it after.
Of course. I mean, those little scratches there, they kind of sting for a bit, just like
Yeah.
you can't see the one that's on my arm right now, but
My cat caught me in the cleavage, and that's still
Oh, yes.
itchy now. Yeah.
I don't
so
believe you. Show me. I'm from Missouri. Show me
Yeah.
the show me stick. Sorry.
No,
We'll keep
not on camera, no. We're not that kind of show. But yeah, within moments there, drinks are brought around. Lucas, you recognize the server, a different one from last time that you guys here. So, but somebody else you've seen a number of times here. Most of the ones serving drinks are typically your sort of first, second level. They got some bard levels up at this point, but they're not like the ones running the place or anything else. You've got mostly the ones who are like basically about to be first level, so those trainees, apprentice level things there are the ones wiping the tables and pushing the books on the shelf there and kind of cleaning up and everything else. And the ones running the place are higher level. So as this place is sort of most closely associated with the College of Lore, that's why all the books and everything else and everyone here is a bit more nerdy.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, is there anything you need while you're here? I appreciate your patronage, of course. Good to see you, Lucas. There's a number of stories of your exploits and such as you are rising to the ranks, obviously, in faraway places. It is interesting to hear the stories and such. I'm sure they're embellished.
Is that a tabaxi?
No, actually, a bit. It's a similar accent, Amethyst, enough that you kind of think it might, but obviously they're not. They don't have fur. But it is a somewhat similar accent.
Hmm.
I'll say, yeah, I'm sure the stories have been embellished a bit. But, we're having fun out there.
Of course. I see a quite interesting assemblage you have here, and I understand there's a friend of yours who's a blue dragonkin and such. We've heard a bit about who you had here with her, and this little one here with his nose in a book. And Eldon's like, Lily's like, huh? And back in the book, they're like writing feverishly and just sort of ignoring what's going on for the most part.
Do you have any stout? Dwarven stout?
Of course. No problem at all. Do you prefer it
All the way around.
Okay. How do you prefer it? Cold, room temperature, warm?
Liquid.
All right then.
Not
So
lumpy.
he basically goes back there, comes back there with the three drinks there. Eldon kind of waves it off there and just and puts it down there. And it's like, so let me ask you, what is your favorite? What temperature? What flavor? Why are you making that face? Are you all
I'm
right?
just going to pass mine to him, and then I'm going to ask for some mead.
Oh, I could. He's like, one moment, and he sort of waves his hand over it there. Do you like it cold or
Yeah.
cold? And he sort of like waves his hand again, and the glass frosts over. And when he passes it back to you, you do catch a bit of a honey, a sweeter smell to it, as he passes it back to you.
Honey mead.
Are we just drinking enchanted water here? What's going on?
No, it's a bit of a. Essentially, it's still a stout, but this is a honey stout. Now, try it. Give it a try.
I'll take a sip.
It has that. Essentially, imagine. I mean, you may not like it there, but it's interesting. It does have a different taste, and that's the smell is different now that you're going to drink it there, and it's like it's kind of a hoppier, a little bit smoother mead.
Okay.
It very much is. I mean, just take the essentially take mead and give it a little bit more of a bite and a little bit more hop, but it's not terrible. And you, what would you like? Just I mean, he's like he basically hands you the
Are you talking to me or to Lucas?
Yeah. Essentially he like puts it down there and say, I know you'll enjoy this. And he's like, and Lucas
I'll take a slug, and if I like it, I'll down it, and I'll ask for another.
Yep, it's basically like what you would expect from essentially a good dwarven stout.
Good. I'm happy.
No bells and whistles, just a straight up good stout. So any embellishment for you there, Lucas?
No, well, cold, of course. Yeah.
Okay, just kind of like waves there, and it does get cold. Just a little precipitation drops the temperature there. A little frost appears in the glass, or on the side of the tankard. All right. Yes, of course. Anything to eat? Feel free to let us know. I'll let you have your privacy then. Enjoy the atmosphere, and if you need anything, just wave your hand. We'll be right over. Yeah, Server kind of a very tanned skin human with very pale blonde hair pulled back into a kind of a high ponytail with a couple of braids down the side. A very interesting looking arrangement of braids and such. Kind of a strange, almost amber colored eyes. Behind some mixed heritage some mixed answers. Some kind it's hard to say exactly. Tan skin, amber eyes, pale blonde hair. It's definitely not. It's an interesting look, but as far as you can tell, there's no strange point to the ears. There's no extra tusks. It's that. The only thing odd really about them would be the color of the eyes.
I need to ask him something in Tabaxi and see if he responds.
He does reply in Tabaxi. It's a bit of not quite a native accent. He's learned the language, obviously. He doesn't speak like a native, but he definitely is able to speak it. Unfortunately, there are some things that require like a certain shape of teeth and tongue to pronounce the words perfectly. But he does able to reply. It just kind of gives you a little bit of a nod and a smile.
I'll just say I'm trying to work out where it's from.
I'm from here. My family have been here for centuries now. My great grandfather came here, I would say 110 years ago. Now, he came with the second expedition, second settlement expedition, at least. So, anything else you want to talk over, or?
I was asking him about his ring, but he's not telling me.
I'm not sure what ring you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. The one where I need your permission to speak to you.
Say that again.
The ring where I need your permission to speak to you.
It's not. What do you need to know about?
I just would like to get one. That's all. After what just happened, I like the idea of a little bit more, security in that respect.
I don't know if it would help you with that, to be honest with you.
No.
I really don't.
Yeah.
Well, we'd have to research it, but I know it keeps people from reading my mind. I don't know about taking control of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just recently got it, so I'm still toying with it.
You do know, Grim, that it did not prevent you from being stunned by that mental wave that hit you. You definitely didn't stop you from getting stunned by it. So
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He played havocs with me. He stunned me for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of a wave of psychic force that hit you that just sort of made you real for a little bit.
Yeah.
Despite my natural defenses, when it comes to psychic magic, it's the second time now that I've been charmed by a creature and attacked one of my friends.
It sucks.
The same one, in fact.
and the same one.
Oh no, right, never mind.
No, I tried to attack Sora and Lucas stopped me, and then I did attack Grimbar. I tried to attack Eldon, and Lucas stopped me. And my sword attacked Sora, and I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with being charmed. I'm not happy with feeling like I failed. And that really does suck.
Well, I don't know what it feels like to be a failure, but I can only imagine.
Oh, I mean, I can show you a mirror, Yes, I know you're the hero of every moment.
I feel like a failure. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I'll buy her another. I'll order her another drink.
Okay.
I'm not sure I want one. I'll probably get emotional.
Yeah. No, you get one. Yeah. I'm gonna tell the other guy to spike Eldon's drink.
Um,
Just a little
I
bit.
really would not have advised that. I really would not.
well, I
I did it
mean,
before. I got it. I got this covered.
no, essentially, yeah, he's like, he kind of like looks at you like, and gives you a kind of look of like, we don't do that here. That's a very bad idea. We don't like to,
Give him a really weak drink is all I'm asking. Just a weirdly, it's alcoholic, but really, really weak.
I mean, it's fine. There's some fermented juice. It has a little bit of a kick to it, if he would like, but it's his choice. I will not do it against his will.
Just make it taste like lemonade.
He orders he orders what he orders, and that's what he gets.
Can I hear this conversation?
I would assume so.
I'm not. I'm saying it right with Eldon sitting here, so I'm saying it out loud. I'm not trying to hide anything.
And Eldon is sort of like, as he's like, just a juice, please. I don't really want anything to muddy my thoughts for anything right now. Too busy, too many things to do. So yes, thank you. And so he just hands him some juice and such, and so and Eldon, thank you very much, and he just starts to go back and he sort of like half absent-mindedly drinks it a little bit there and kind of nods and keeps writing and keeps reading and just scribbling down furiously. You'll see he's actually just scribbling a lot of different like runic structures and runes and stuff like that. It's like he's like almost like trying to recreate different things, and it's almost like page after page of just something in runic languages. It's not what he normally writes in. You actually don't recognize most of the writing other than the symbols are very runic looking.
I tell him I'll just point out that he got the shape on that one wrong. Try it again.
They're all wrong at this point. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the right structure and the right.
You're flourishing your pen too much. Less flourish. Right,
I never flourish.
Right,
Everything
like
is meant to exactly the way it's supposed to be.
Right, like
Flourishes are essential.
Right, like a dwarf. It was a dwarf. It's the dwarf invented it.
He looks at you and sort of cocks his head, puts the pen in his hand just like this, and just puts it down on the page and starts doing this like this.
That's it.
He's kind of like shakes his head.
Maybe need a crayon or something.
Just shakes his head, turns the page, and just keeps going there. Just sort of like.
Don't let him wind you up. Hold on.
That's the right way to do it.
That's what he enjoys. He enjoys that. Getting a rise out of you.
So.
Amethyst.
Hello.
I am looking into a spell that might help you to help us to stop getting charmed.
Oh yeah. That sounds good. What is it?
Intellect Fortress.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
She needs all the help. I mean, yeah, that works.
I feel like maybe we should talk to Perrin again as well. Next time we're in Portoros.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the subject of the questions we need to ask.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you need to find out who it is. Ask a straight up simple question. Who is causing the havoc? And then go from there. It's a straight up simple question.
Yeah, but who do you ask? That's the problem. I know someone to ask.
You asked me for questions. You didn't ask me for solutions.
Does it have to be like a deity or something? Or I don't really know.
No, not necessarily. Any person.
And where you go into a different plane to ask these questions?
Yeah, creature from a different plane, yeah. Normally.
Which plane?
Any
plane that answers.
Yeah. I have a person.
It could be the plane of Jack in the Boxes, and you wouldn't even know if you get the right plane.
You have to know who you're asking the question of. That's the main thing. I know who to ask the question about the book. Because I researched it.
You know, okay.
Well, I say about the book, it's mainly about the Grasping Void.
So who is it that you're asking about that?
You're over. No, yeah.
Can't. Well,
Devora.
does it have to be the same person for all of the questions, though?
No, that's the person I need to ask for my question. But if you wanted to ask different questions, you'd ask somebody else, but you need to know who to ask.
Huh.
Let me ask you a question. Your master went into the book, right?
Yes.
Could you ask your master? Because he would be in the void now, right?
I could do, yeah. I mean, we already have all his notes, though, so I think I know most of what he knew before he was taken.
You might know more now, though.
Exactly, and you knew what he wrote down. What didn't he write down? That's just a place to start. That's the first question. You know, I'm just trying to brainstorm.
Yeah, no, that's a good
That does
question.
seem like a good idea. If he's somebody that can actually be reached.
And if he can be reached, and he can point you to another deity to ask the other questions, or the other creature.
Now, I will say they are not compelled to answer you in any way. They don't have to talk to you. This doesn't make them like it's not like this like controls them in a way that they have to answer you.
Yeah, last time I saw him, he seemed to be under the influence of the thing that took him, so he probably wouldn't answer.
Tell them you'll feed them. They seem to be very hungry.
I mean, if you have any questions about the coins, you possibly could. Don't tell Sora I said this, but you could possibly ask who's here.
Yeah, I mean,
you had mentioned before, and I'm not sure if it's up there, talking to Excelvion. He's the one who got the book away from there in the first place. And he knew of the coins, so he actually warned you about this himself.
We have spoken to him. If you want to ask specific questions of him, we can always ask Excelvion, yeah.
Yeah, like who is a good person to get answers from, for example.
Oh, I've already got a name to ask.
Yeah, he did ask it before, and so right.
Well, you've got a name. They're not compelled to answer. But we're on a journey, and every journey has a step. You got to find your first stepping stone to get to the next step. So this is the problem. Which step do you choose? We've got 3 or 4. You got to choose the right one.
You do them all. Your journey is multiple steps, so if you take a wrong step, you take another step to somewhere else, and every step will take you somewhere.
Well, initially, we're going to ask Hellrock or Excelvion to cast legend lore on the book.
Okay.
I was going to do that in Port Orus, but we got distracted and never got round to it.
That's level 4.
We're not going to cast that in this tavern, right? We're just getting drunk right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's just talking about.
And I totally agree that we should get drunk before we ask these questions. I really do.
Of course you would.
I'm not getting drunk.
I mean, it's so. Take a moment. Think of some other questions there. You've got someone to ask. You've got a person to talk to, obviously, or persons. Yep, it's funny. Eldon's listening because he just messaged me something. Yep. Yeah, I mean, legend lore is something that can be done there. Halor could easily do that. He'd be and you're fairly sure he'd be willing at least. Excelvion's willing is already said he's willing to talk. He's talked to you before. He's willing to talk to you some more if you want any newer specific questions. So if you would like, we could wrap up some drinks here and head back over to the Bardic College and check in with them.
Yeah, that's, everyone else is all right with that. We'll
Okay.
do that.
So over the time talking this over, thinking things through here, Sora at some point after that, essentially one of the acolytes comes up and preparations are finished. We should be going. And he just sort of like kind of gives the acolyte a bit of an annoyed look. Looks back to you and I will find a way. Wait, one moment. And he goes back in. He goes back into the temple there, and comes back out fairly quickly here and hands you a scroll. I don't know which of your companions could make use of this, or something they could learn to do, or anything else. That this is the spell I used when we talked. And it's essentially it's an upcast of sending. It's called converse. So it actually allows you to have a conversation with someone for 10 minutes. Janan used something similar at one point as well. So if one of them could learn this or find a way to keep this, obviously a scroll is only one use, but hopefully at some point we can make use of this rather than just sending, because that's really frustrating to be cut off. And so he hands you that scroll. You're muted.
It is totally frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
But like, no, I went to push to talk and keep
Gotcha.
forgetting what button I'm using. It's totally frustrating. And like, I would write letters to you like I have everybody else, but I don't know where you are to write a letter to you.
I mean, if you a letter, uh, I understand you're in Port Oris a lot. If you send one, if you give it to the embassy in Port Oris, they will get to our family. And I can definitely have letters sent there as well, if you want to do that. I think I can. The Derishon family in Port Oris is they're good people, and I think that we have no problem at all delivering letters to my family.
That would be great. It would be easier because then, longer conversations.
Exactly. I look forward to that, and someday you'll get to. I'm gonna have to have you meet my nephew.
Most definitely. I'm very excited to talk to him.
He's not talking much yet. He's still very little.
I have a feeling by the
Yeah.
time I get to him, he'll be talking.
Probably he does show some pretty interesting signs of intelligence for one so young, but he's not quite talking yet. But it is good to see you, and we will see each other again as soon as we can.
Yes, I will hug him and then kiss him,
Mm-hmm.
hug him some more.
Okay.
And
Poor
as
George.
he's,
I'll give him and love him and call him George.
yeah. And then do the whole, holding his hand to the last minute bit. And then when he goes,
Yeah. So
No,
he
you
has,
hang up.
yeah, he sort of like pauses
Yeah,
at the door
totally.
there, kind of like give that one last kind of little wave there and steps inside. And essentially he says it's all like backing away. He doesn't want to look away until he's actually out of view, and then a few moments later you see a flash of light from the building there at the temple, and then you are alone there. You make your way over to the Tall Tale Tavern as they're pretty much getting ready to head off to get some questions answered and a little more information there. So you guys will see as you're kind of discussing next steps there on your second, maybe third or fourth Grim, probably fourth for Grim there, tankard of stout. Sora does come in. I assume you're heading over there. Okay. Then yeah, Sora comes in by herself and takes a seat.
I'll give her a hug.
leans into it, gives her a hug. So what are
Sorry,
we
I gave
doing?
her a hard time.
No, it's fine. What's banter between friends?
Yeah, but he and I aren't friends. Yeah.
Right, you're not friends yet, but you're friends with me.
hmm Anyway, Lucas wants to take us to the College of Knowledge.
School again? I don't like school.
I know. It's okay. You'll be fine.
The Bardic Headquarters isn't much of a school. It's more just like a meeting place, and yeah,
Yeah,
this
it said
bar
school.
I mean, it's
So lots of people
yeah.
jamming on stairwells and stuff.
Kinda,
Right?
yeah, yeah, like beatbox battles in the corridor in the kind of the corridors, and yeah, you name it. People like casting weird spells and making illusions of things, and it's it is definitely not a normal looking school type place because the people like running around, a lot of music, a lot of strange illusions happening, a lot of people making up stories and acting and almost like putting on plays in the corridors and such. It's like it's kind of crazy, delivering dramatic monologues, and it's just kind of it is a very different place from any kind of a school you would normally expect. With that, then you're able to head back there. It's not hard for a runner to go grab Haloric initially, and he will let you know that I will have Exildion come, as well as to provide more information if you have specific things. Do you need a specific space for casting or anything else, or uh, it sort of like takes you off to it's sort of it isn't the circle chamber where the teleportation circle is, but it's something similar where there's a kind of an open space for with a cleared space on the floor if you do need to cast any kind of like magic circles of any kind. There's lots of counter space to set things up there. Essentially it's sort of a workspace and or like casting slash ritual space for doing things of just more arcane nature essentially. um, there's a bit of a strange it's not really a force field, but there's sort of almost like a contained shell in the room as you come in there. It's almost like your ears pop a little bit, like there's a bit more um essentially things wouldn't escape this as easily. um and so with questions or things you want to do, what do you need from me?
I was looking to cast Legend
Barrel
Lore
of
on the
mead.
book.
Uh, Legend lore. Yes. One moment. I can definitely do that. Just something we do fairly often here. He does go over to a cabinet and pulls up, kind of like pulls out some incense uh, um, and from a little case, there's a little box there. He pulls out some ivory strips. They're cut into very specific, almost like they're cut into scroll shapes. There he lays them out around the incense there, and after doing sort of a chant, that his chanting is very very rhythmic, as opposed to more melodic that a lot of bards use in terms of their vocal things. His is very rhythmic. Um, it's not it's not really words. It's more just um, like chanting syllables and such. But after a moment, the incense flares up. The four little scrolls rise up around the incense there and um, kind of like swirl around in a circle and puffs away. And you hand him you bring out the book.
Yes,
Okay.
I will do. Yeah.
He just sort of like gives a sort of a little like not pain to them, but like, oh, that thing. And you set it down there. Lucas, you immediately just in your head the second you pull it out of the fabric there. And I think Grim, this is your first time you haven't seen this thing since they used it in the tunnel when you first saw them, and Lucas put it away. It was this strange, almost featureless black book about yay big, but it's almost like a size of a notebook essentially. Um, and it just featureless black cover, but there's this sort of little like grinding sound you just barely hear on the edge of your you can't look around. Where's that sound coming from? And it's kind of like featureless. And you all hear it as well. Amethyst and Sora being there as well. You definitely, and it's something that you now recognize having heard it within the tunnels itself. Um, and you've heard it during the rituals and such, but there's definitely this, you're becoming more used to the sound anyway. It does sort of die down as Haloric, this broad-shouldered half-orc there, just sort of leans over it there, and as the swirling incense and these little scrolls dissolve into the smoke around the incense there, it sort of moves around the book. It's like, it's the first time I've actually studied this item itself, but it is not really magic exactly. It's not really even a book. It contains the essence of this being, this entity, this, as it was called there, the grasping void. There's a piece of it itself inside this book. There's the words sort of morph and twist around the piece of this thing, and it serves as a conduit, a link of some kind, but it is also a tool. And his voice gets almost like this echoing effect to his voice, and he kind of like pulls away from it, and just kind of, it is a direct conduit to the being that would consume all. And he just sort of like steps away from it, and the sound is still there, but he just sort of like takes a deep breath and just sort of, it forges connections. It facilitates the contact between the user and the thing that is that entity. And he's like, he kind of gestures for you to go ahead and take it and put it back into the fabric there.
Yeah, I will do.
I understand this was used by the Dark King, right? Right. Well, um, I know any specific questions about the book itself, other than what I told you here.
I just want to know how to destroy it.
Destroying a piece of this thing would take tremendous power. Focused, directed. Not just the book itself, but the thing, the piece of it that is inside of it. The book only houses part of it. So it would be delving into the book itself to find and root out that piece and incinerate and destroy, pouring power into it until it unravels and falls apart. It is not the all-encompassing piece itself. It is a small bit of it. It could be destroyed. It would be dangerous. It would take a lot of power. It could be done.
Do you think we're powerful enough to do it?
If you marshal your forces and arrange it in the right way, I think you could. You've shown to be quite powerful yourself, so it is finding the right, maybe sequence or focus. It could be done. And just out of character a moment there, you did ask something. You've mentioned it offline, and I think last session as well. What would it do to the coins? Do you want to?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to ask Exelvin whether he knew that more of that, but if they're both there, yeah, that's a question.
At that point, what did it say? At the moment, there's like, And he sort of actually gestures over the doorway. The doorway opens up, and Excelvion does come in at this point, and is like, "Oh, I seem to have missed the festivities. I'm very sorry. Let's see here. Right." And he comes over and kind of rests his hand over on Hulurk's shoulder and kind of gives him a smile. And well, I'm glad I wasn't here for that part of it. I really don't want to be around with that thing. As he kind of gestures to the little black cloth there. The coin. Well, it shouldn't have any effect on the coins themselves. Think of the book as a hammer, a tool. It was used to forge the chains that bound the coin to the entities. If you destroy the hammer, the chain is not broken, but the hammer that forged them can be instrumental in breaking those chains, but they're not required. So the bindings would still exist if the book was destroyed. It was just a tool to facilitate the connection to be made.
But is the binding to the entity, or the binding to the piece of the entity that's in the book?
It's more that the nature of the entity that forges connections and connections there bound the coin to the entity and forged that link, that chain that bound them to the material plane. The actual book is not required to make the connection. The connection has been made already. The book was the tool that made the connection. So the coin and the entity and the creature it's bound to, that is the connection there. The book is now separate from that. It was just a tool used to make the connection. So destroying the book would not destroy the connection itself.
Just
But we were under the impression that the Dark King somehow used the book to control the creatures in the coins. Is that not the case?
I don't think so. I mean, I dealt a bit with the one that you knew as the seer, and she wasn't really fully under his control. I mean, he did tell her what to do, and there was some compulsion there. But I think that was more that he forged the connection, so tugged on the connection itself, not the using the book specifically. I don't think the book was required for that. It just, again, was a tool used to make that. Although I would say that potentially that using the book could do more with the connection there. So essentially, as you use the book to help you break the connection, the book could also be used to influence the connection. So again, it's a tool to facilitate that binding. And correct me if I'm wrong, you told him that the Duchess has the other coin?
I did tell him that, yeah.
Okay. So obviously that coin, that entity had broke away from the Dark King's control very quickly, and even fought against him. So he obviously didn't have enough control over that one to prevent what happened. Instrumental in his downfall, in fact.
But are they still linked, the Grasping Void? If it pulled on the chain, would they be compelled?
Possibly. If it were somehow to come into their influence, potentially yes. Again, that power was used, and so that the source of that power could definitely reach out and do things if it had the potential, if it had the opportunity. What other?
It says that we just need to know how to direct the power into the book to destroy it, to destroy the piece of the creature.
He sounds like he can't. Excelvion sort of looks over at Hilaric like well, that would be ambitious. I'm not going to lie about that, but let's see. I don't know. And he's a high level bard, quite high. But what you learned of him is he's a spy master. He is the guy that finds out information. He's the guy that's the eyes and ears of the Raj, or it's more mostly the person that finds out information and reports it back to the Raj of the city. So I've never tried to level that sort of power against something like that. But I'm sure it could be done, especially if he says so. He's more of a destructive type than I am.
So
These two need to get a room. What's going on?
Well, they are married.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course.
so the book will suck up the coins.
No, not exactly. The book essentially the book is now separate from the coins. Essentially, it was used to make the connection between the coin and the creatures that are bound to it. The book now essentially is just
Well, he
the
said that
thing.
the hammer can be used to destroy. So
Yes,
the
and
tool can be used to destroy
mhm,
the
the
object,
connections.
the
Yes.
connections. So I'm just, is it as simple? Could it be as simple as getting the coins within range of the thing, and it sucks it back into the void, so to speak?
Mm, potentially, I'm that would be the way to go. I don't know if that's potential. Um, that would be a and since Eldon we'll just put the Eldon is not in the room there, even though they probably should be for this, but effectively um um it's and the lore at that point was like he seems to be more the lore person anyway. I was like, I it is possible if you have any of the coins that still have a connection in proximity to the book when you destroy the book, it may have an influence. I don't know. It's something that is all theoretical, of course.
I believe one of the coins is unavailable anyway.
You're not going to get anywhere near the Duchess, so will you destroy that book? And the last thing we need is her getting hold of it.
I mm, I knew Kelda when she was a child. She was always a very driven and strangely intense child.
You should meet her now.
I've seen her once a couple of times in the last decade or so, and she is extremely ruthless, driven.
Conniving, conniving.
Yeah, yes, to a degree. She doesn't really need to be. She has control over everything in her realm. And with what you told me, it makes even more sense now that put a lot of pieces into place. Let's just say, Casilda was very much Keela is very much like her great grandmother in some ways. Um, I don't know. I would hesitate to confront Keilda. She is one of the richest women in the world. Beyond just the fact that she's got tremendous arcane power based on her connection to this coin, this creature in the coin, and has had so for 50 plus years.
No, I think it's more than that. And
I
I
at least
explained it. I explained the thing about the pictures and all of that other stuff.
well yes I he kind of like getting back here. It was she was a child when I saw her as a child. She was about 84 years ago, I believe, somewhere around there. Um, as you pick out here, this guy's an elf. He's actually probably about 400 or more years old. He's a bit of an ageless face there, but there are just enough like lines around the eyes and smile lines of that you can kind of see that there is some age showing on him, which means that he's probably quite fairly old for an elf. And what these guys know of him is that the fact that he was actually there as was one of the people that actually took down the Dark King 200 plus years ago.
Do you know who the Duchess's mother was?
Milena. She was the one that married Durgo Montanus, one of the wealthiest men in Gervon, period. It was said that if it fed, clothed, or housed anyone in Port Oris, he had handed it. He was extremely was extrememly wealthy. He, at the time when Malden, the prince, Isilda and Nolan's son, was helping his uncle Belden build the Ivory Lyceum, he secured the funds from Maltanus. As part of their arrangement, his daughter was promised to his family as an arranged marriage. Milena accepted it with good grace, and definitely was he was definitely an ambitious and powerful individual, and she was a very kind and gentle woman. Unfortunately, her daughter, not so much.
Do you know what happened to her?
She passed on. I don't know the circumstances exactly. I've never been able to determine that. It didn't seem to be foul play. Not exactly.
Not exactly.
I can't say the same for Kael'da's siblings. Again, I cannot prove anything. I was not ever able to determine anything of beyond any sort of doubt, but I have my suspicions. But then again, I'm not part of that nation or anything else, so I don't think I can really do anything about that. She was, I have no doubt she was under the influence of the coin, as was her great grandmother. I don't know that Milena ever took it up.
Mm.
You say you have no influence there, but who does? Who?
At this point,
It's untouchable.
I mean, yes, I'm just going to say it. I don't think that anyone should really. I mean, someone could try. It would be very, very difficult, and frankly,
Suicidal.
I will say this: Kael'da, as ruthless as she is extremely protective of her region. She has no qualms about stamping out anyone who would threaten the safety of the region itself. Individuals within the region, not so much, but the overall safety of Northern Gervon. She will be ruthless in that endeavor.
She is not unfair to her people either. I will say that.
Apart from, letting them get eaten by werewolves and stuff.
No.
I mean,
Even werewolves have to eat.
well, as she pointed it out, the
Townspeople, though?
That's well, you got to figure Grimbar's been drinking, so
sure,
he's gonna
yeah,
say shit like that.
yes,
Goomba, I think
as I
it's time for
said,
you to go to bed.
the individuals she has less concern over specifically, but the overall safety of the region itself, She will be extremely. Look at it this way: and I do not condone this. I'm not. I'm not condoning this in any way, shape, or form. But the loss of a handful of people compared to the millions that live in the region, that's her mindset. And having a powerful servant who occasionally has to be brought to heel is how she would view it.
Mhm. Well, I just think I don't like werewolves.
Mhm. Nor do I. Well, I can't say that entirely. I mean, there's quite a few from I've met from the the Empire of the North that are quite wonderful people, but different sort of thing there. I mean, the captain of Serenity is a shifter, the wolf-faced
Yeah,
shifter,
but he's still.
but
He's
he's not a
not.
werewolf. Yeah.
He doesn't
There's a
have
difference between a
lycanthropy.
shifter and a werewolf, is what
Oh
I'll
yeah,
say.
there is. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
there's also members of the Crimson Hunt that are orders of the Lycan Blood Hunters who basically do shift into wolf forms and stuff like that, or animal forms. Um, so it is something um, of their organization and people up in the north. There are some there. So, any other questions? That things we can help with specifically.
We were considering casting Contact of the Plane. I have a
Yes.
name to contact about who should know about the Grasping Void.
Of course, yes. And I believe you got the name from him, I think.
Probably, yeah. But I was thinking, obviously, the questions are limited.
Potentially. Shavora may have some good knowledge. I mean, he's a. I mean, as far as I know, he's very much alive. He may know more. I would not doubt it. If anyone would, he would. I've spoken with him a couple of times, and while his intellect is of a very alien origin, he's quite knowledgeable. Really pleasant.
Who
A bit
is he?
creepy. A bit creepy. Hmm?
Who is he?
He's a being from the astral plane. Um, there are a number of species and mm, I want to say groups of people that live there, and various creatures and things that roam the skies, the spaces between. They called it. It's fascinating, but I don't spend much time dealing with the interplanar, extraplanar things. That's not really my area of focus. And the Lork is just like, well, I know the theoretical. I don't really delve into them myself as very much, but yes, I think that there's it is a vast, strange place, the astral space. You can use the space here to make the contact if you wish. It is secure.
We haven't rested though yet. I think we might at least wait until tomorrow.
There is that. We can with that, so when you're ready, we will make this a chamber available to you. You can cast it here. It may be it would be something that you could definitely use at some point. But you should rest. It has been a rather trying ordeal, I'm sure. So I'm sure you can secure lodgings there, Lucas. Any of the places around here, you can you know where to hold to secure rooms and such.
Yeah.
All right. With that, with that, you basically have time. As I mentioned before, you should have leveled to 12. This will be sort of that time period of You know at this point, Serenity is on its way back to Port Oris from the Dreadmire. You did say you were going to meet them there at some point here. So you essentially have some time within the city, within Anol Korun, to train up, to rest, find out things, purchase some equipment if you want to try here. There's definitely a lot of different things to find here. Less in the way of Manatech or arcane things, but a lot of things that would be more of a divine, druidic, or bardic nature, as there's a lot of those casters here. There are some others because this is a place where a lot of magically oriented people do a lot of things here. So there are shops, there are places to go to. It just may not be the same type of things available here as other places. But with that, I guess then, what sort of training would you be interested in while you're here and having this bit of downtime?
I was going to look into getting the intellect fortress spell,
Okay.
swapping one of the other ones out. We'll see.
Okay.
College of Law is a good place to.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Essentially, yeah, there is the what's funny is, since one of the colleges of Bardic colleges, I believe it's Glamour, is all about like messing with people's minds. There's essentially a lot of the other Bardic colleges have shored up their defenses against that. So it's one of those things that since enchantment is a very common thing for bards to have, that's something that helps you protect against or break enchantments is also very sought after, and so learning that would not be difficult at all. A number of people could teach you, or texts or books you can find will show you what to do and how the spells work.
Also, obviously we get an attribute raise
Mhm.
at this level. I'll be training up my dexterity.
Excellent. Sora, you mentioned charisma. Do you have an ability score increase?
You
I
muted.
don't.
You don't? Okay, not yet. Okay.
I was looking for a book.
There probably are some. They're not going to be cheap.
We
Um,
just got $10,000 from the dude. Gold.
sure.
Between us.
Yeah. The thing about those, especially charisma books in a town that's full of bards, remember those books can be used once every century, and they have to recharge. So finding ones that are off recharge are in this city are a little difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. And making them is not easy as well either. So otherwise there'd be a lot of fun things to do there.
I didn't even think about training in a feat because I should have chosen an ability score increase when I leveled, but I chose a feat instead.
I mean,
But never mind.
if you want to swap it out, that's fine. At this point there, you are level 12, so you do get an ability score increase now, since you have it multi-classed.
All I got was a spell slot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have taken it when I leveled though, but I didn't take the ability score increase. I just took a feat instead.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and if I thought about it, I could have thought, well, maybe I can train in a feat while I'm here and take the ability score increase, but I didn't do that. So
Gotcha. Okay.
never mind.
Right. Well,
Another feat wouldn't hurt though.
sure. Yeah, there's lots of good ones out there. Take a shower and wear a dress. Grimbar's went around in a dress.
No, she was saying work on getting my charisma up, and I said take a shower and wear a dress as a start.
Wear
Wow.
a dress for
Oof.
who though? Like I have no need to wear a dress.
Yeah, Sora in a dress would be a very odd thing to see.
It would be once in a lifetime. One time.
Yep.
That's it.
I don't even see that.
I mean, when she gets married.
I still don't see it there. I still see Sora
do.
in fancy armor. I don't know.
Nobody says that there wouldn't be armor underneath it. I just said
Sure.
that it'd be
Okay.
the only time you see it.
You can't wear
Gotcha.
armor under your wedding dress on your wedding day.
Let
Or
me
more
find Eldon.
importantly, on your wedding night.
I'm sure that'd be a way to pull it off. So Amethyst, I mean, you're spending some time. So in terms of finding trainers, depending what feat you're going for, obviously there's lots of people that trained in a lot of different things here. So what were you think? What were you going for?
I'm looking.
Okay. Oh, you still haven't done it yet. Okay. Okay.
I took Warcaster when I leveled up. Because
Okay.
I thought at least next time that I attack Grimbar, I could do it with a spell.
There you go. Even better. That's awesome. So I would say, in asking around, the people that do probably the most of that would be the College of Swords. But then a lot of the bards do it as well. A couple of the more combat oriented clerical type orders. There are a lot of different people that do Warcaster in this city. Especially those of a more martial bent. So yeah, it's not hard to find someone to show you how to do Warcaster. Essentially, between that and just leveling up, you don't get a new spell level, but you get it to more spell slots. So obviously, any new spells you want to learn, there's lots of people to learn from here, or just delving into your own magics and such. Not a problem. Grim, are you staying with Rogue?
Yes, I'm going to stay with
Okay.
Rogue, and I decided I'm going to just take a feat, and I'm going to take the one that you suggested, Mage Slayer.
Okay. So the fun thing is there's a lot of people to practice with. You'll find that there's a lot of folks that make it their specialty because there are so many casters in this place that there anyone in the guard or anyone who deals with uh, um, taking down some of the less reputable elements within the city there is very good about dealing with spellcasters. So um, uh, within the first day of being here, you're able to find someone who can like, hey, I can show you how to do that. And so essentially, it's just sort of like recognizing like when you see them doing this sort of motion, you know to move in and strike. When they try to do this, when they're maintaining concentration, these sorts of strikes and these types of things kind of enhance that ability to break their concentration. The little pocket stands and a sucker punch kind of thing like that. Are just great ways of just like making them lose all sorts of concentration. So just little techniques like that. That's not so much a matter of learning a whole new fighting style. It's just like the tricks and tips to kind of enhance the ability to mess them up.
Yeah. Okay.
Sora, you were effectively you're kind of perfecting your rune knight abilities. What else are you doing? You paladin.
I don't know that I'm doing much of anything else, besides, being out and fighting.
Okay. Yeah, essentially the Temple of Light will definitely have a more militant side of things. You can definitely, there are a number of light clerics, but there's also some war clerics and a couple of and a group of paladins that serves there as well. None directly serving Bahamut like you, but they definitely are of the martial paladin type things like that. So any enhanced abilities around your paladin things there, they can definitely show you and work with you. And your spell casting would definitely fall in line with them as well. So any new spells you would learn, you can definitely learn from them over the time that you're there. Like I said, there's not a large contingent of Bahamut worshippers among the Temple of Light, but it is still acknowledged as a god of light, as it is in Port Oris. And Lucas, other than learning intellect fortress and finding out some of that, is there any other specialties you're setting up there, or things you're going for?
It was just increasing his dex because he had an attribute increase. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, obviously to there's a lot of acrobat type performers along with the College of Swords, which is just all about martial prowess and everything else. So easily able to find some people to work out with and kind of train on that focus there. I would say probably the most common group that would have an elect fortress would be the College of Swords, because again, them being more martial focused and everything else. You'll find that the College of Sword also happens to be, a lot of them serve on the city guard because they are combat based. So, and in fact, the funny thing is, a lot of them know Mage Slayer as well. So Grim, in asking about Grim, there, it's like these guys, these are the guys that, hey, somebody's doing something they're not supposed to be doing. We get in there and mess up some heads and make sure they can't mess with ours. Yeah, when obviously clerics have whole person, dominate person, everything else. Bards have those spells, and druids have some interesting variations of things. It's definitely helpful to have people that know how to take down spellcasters. So a little extra dex doesn't hurt either. Okay. And Eldon, I'm sure, I mean, he's the intent there to keep focusing on his runic type things. He will learn a couple of new runes, and I'll let him know about that coming up here. And send him a message around that.
I heard my name. I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Oh, just that Lucas was also training up his dex with the College of Swords, and the College of Swords bards tend to also double as city guardsmen. And again, city guardsmen in a place full of this many spellcasters would definitely have Mage Slayer as a something that they've learned a bit as well. So the two of you can both kind of work out with them a bit.
Okay.
Just as how much would one of those books cost to raise your attributes?
Typically, a base of 5,000, depending on availability. So it's one of those things of, again, if you can find one. I would say it'd be easier to find these books over like in Travier or Port Oris than here, especially for charisma. Now, finding one for strength here, Constitution, probably not as hard there, but wisdom and charisma in a place that's all clerics, druids, and bards, those are the most highest sought after versions of those. So they tend to be less available here, but in Dravier or Port Oris, you might be able to find those.
Well, how much is, you said a base of how much?
5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, because they are a permanent increase. And so, and again, they can only be used once every century. So, and they're not easy to make. So, with that though, at some point during the days you have here in the city, it's you're able to set up and do contact other plane. And if you are up for that and wish to do so, they call it the summoning chamber, essentially, where you guys were before, where they have the ritual chamber, essentially at the bard headquarters. You guys can convene there and essentially set up Eldon as a mouthpiece to contact their plane. Effectively, what I'll do is normally it's you mentally contact something. Essentially, Eldon can set it up with the he can set it up there that he can designate a person to contact someone. So he'll essentially set you up, Lucas, to contact the entity, since you don't know the name and at least something of them.
Yeah.
So Eldon sets it all up there. The Mysium generator sparks up. He's been prepping for it a little bit, so he's kind of effectively. I'm going to remove the failure chance on this one just because it's here. It is an intelligence saving throw, and with precautions of some, I believe Amethyst, you took enhanced ability. Okay, so enhanced ability give you an advantage on intelligence saving throws. And so effectively, he will be able to actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and roll it because it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I'll cast Intellect Fortress on him, which
Okay.
that gives you advantage, and I'll also give him Bardic Inspiration.
Excellent. So yeah, he's able to make the effectively he's able, because with an even 11 with him would be plenty to be able to cast a spell. So he's able to get it to go off there. Pretty much he had to roll double natural ones, so it should not do so. Just rolling on the off chance. But you will find, Lucas, that as he kind of like gestures there, the Mysium generator sparks up and he just speaks the words and the kind of power flows into you. You think of the name Shavora, and there is this sort of strange floating sensation. Like you're standing in the room, but it's like you sort of have this almost like a lightheaded waviness that you kind of feel this woozy, almost like you're floating in water sensation. You kind of check yourself that no, I'm still standing on the ground, but there's just sort of this weird disconnect between your mind and your body for the moment. And there is a voice. You seek Shavora. Who contacts me?
Obviously, I'll say Lucas.
Well, Lucas, I recognize the magics you are using. You have questions? Speak them.
First question, bit of explanation. So I'll say I have a book which we believe contains a piece of the grasping void. It's been used to trap demons, devils, and powerful prey into platinum coins.
Ah,
The question is, how do we destroy the book?
Oh, well, destroy the piece and destroy the book. Powerful enough magics, not psychic, should accomplish the task. And an image will sort of form in your mind of the person speaking. It's sort of hazy at first, but as they speak, it sort of solidifies in your mind, and you see this kind of kind of a burnt orange skin, very smooth, but the almost like a waxy texture to the skin, but lined like with lots of wrinkles and such. Um, no nose, sort of a flat space where a nose would be, and just two vertical slits. Where you would put the nostrils there, a wide mouth, and somewhat oddly shaped teeth. Not jagged per se; they're sort of pointed, but they're sort of like it's like almost like vampire teeth. Those little like jagged little teeth there. They're sort of a very bright white, in stark contrast to the skin. The hair is sort of this weird slicked back, swept look to it. It's almost like it almost has almost like a wet hair look that's been kind of formed into a bit of a point. And there's an odd, you can't see their whole body, but you can see sort of an odd mantle of sorts, um, with strange, you assume to be teeth or bones, but of no creatures you recognize. First question down.
The next question is, how do we direct the power to the piece? essentially, as opposed to just hitting the book.
I know not of the book, but the fragment should be accessible if it's embedded within. It should be exposed or pulled out. Then it could be affected.
Obvious question is, how do we pull it out of what it's embedded in? A book in this case.
Hmm. I know not of its bindings, but if the book can be unbound, the thing within it would be loosed. Sort of almost, it's sort of like that, it sort of raises up almost into a question at the end, like they're not quite sure because they've never seen the book itself.
So destroy the binding and basically destroy the binding, and then you'll loose the object.
Potentially. Um, yeah, just to clarify that, because you did ask there, Amethyst there, psychic magic would not do much to it.
Okay.
It is a being of psychic energy somewhat. So
Okay.
2 more questions.
3.
That was the 3rd one, I believe, wasn't it?
2 more, yeah.
Yeah, 2 more, yeah.
Can always cast it again.
Situation.
So we can always cast it again tomorrow.
Can you cast it every day until you get the answers you need?
I mean, if you can go with that 5 more questions. He also might get annoyed if you keep bugging him every day. You will get a little bit more of the surroundings. It's almost like you're getting a little bit more of his surroundings there. And it does seem to be he's in sort of a structure. Like you can see sort of a dwelling of some kind, or some kind of building structure behind him that's of an odd, strangely like organic looking, like someone took like maybe large scales or strange curved organic structures and kind of built them together into some sort of a house or hut or something sort of behind him. Again, of an alien thing you don't recognize what the building material is at all. Kind of a dark brown looking thing, as colors are getting a little more distinct as he speaks. And
Just gonna ask, what would be the best energy to use against this fragment?
that which burns both with heat and the soul spirit.
With heat and what?
You might be able to determine that. He's somewhat vague about it. Essentially, Lucas, you talking about radiant energy.
Yeah.
I mean, sacred flame is actually like radiant energy, so it's not so that which burns. He will say the energy of the negative energy might have less impact, and psychic has almost none. I.e., necrotic and psychic.
Anyone else got any questions? Kind of asking around.
Sure.
I don't have any that I know of.
Why?
It's sort of a yeah. Go ahead.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
know?
No, go ahead.
I'm going more conspiratorial. You know, is the void connected to Tiamat type thing? How we were talking about in the chat.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah, I will ask that one as last one.
Okay.
It's the connection between the grasping void and Tiamat.
No, there is nothing. The void cares only for the deepest regions of space and lives to corrupt and consume. This Tiamat I've heard of, but is more of a being of the mortal realms, a being of elemental nature.
Okay.
Shoot, that
And with that, he sort of Lucas, it was very good to speak with you.
Thank you.
Good luck. And with that, the image begins to fade, and kind of the image in your mind of him starts to fade away. The alien landscape behind him. You'll see that the last kind of the last thing you see as it starts to fade there is the sky behind him is sort of a strange wavering pink color. Like it's not like a blue sky or anything. It's not like clouds. It's sort of this weird. It's almost like the weird glittery solutions, like the glitter, like liquids and stuff like that. It's sort of that weird like glittery texture to it that sort of like moves and shifts, but sort of a pinkish color. And his image starts to fade away as Shavora has answered the questions.
Okay.
I
All
wasted,
right.
I wasted one of your questions. Sorry.
No, it's
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
So we needed to
Oh,
know.
we know now that there isn't a connection between them, so that is helpful.
Mm. But also not helpful.
no ruling out something is very important as well.
Yeah.
Right, and as that sort of information settles in there, we're going to go ahead and cut to break. We are at that time here, and when we get back, we'll kind of figure out your next steps and determine where you're heading from here, what you want to do. So go ahead and get yourselves drinks, the restrooms, all that sort of thing, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. All right, and we're back. So we are here in Anol Korun, having done a bit of training, a bit of checking in with folks there, learning some information. Grimbar being
Annoying.
messing with Amethyst as much as possible, and Amethyst now being able to kind of pick him up and move him around however she wants, as she now can be more telekinetic than before. So I'm sure that's going to be a fun time.
Uh-huh.
So as you've kind of spent some time there learning some new abilities, learning some different tricks and things like that, spending some time kind of delving into some new things, and most recently having had a conversation with one strange creature from the astral plane known as Shavora, who was able to answer some questions regarding the Grasping Void in the book, at least as much as they could. They didn't seem to have any knowledge of the book itself, but of the entity it was bound to a little bit more, at least. One thing in conjunction with that, before you leave, Haloric will come to you, Lucas, there, and inform you that he did a little delving into some information regarding. He assumes it's something related to, if not actually the Grasping Void itself, and that it is a creature, an entity of some kind from the far reaches of astral space. It's an alien thing, and what he's determined is that it tends to, well, it tends to seed itself in various places and grow and corrupt and eventually tears it apart. There are entire worlds in the multiverse that have been destroyed by the grasping void. And he essentially is like taking accounts from various creatures of astral space. Various entities and beings have survived or escaped from the destruction this thing has caused. It is an ancient alien thing that is not unique to this place. And based on what you've described and what you said there, it's still in a very, very early stage of what could be. And so what you're doing and going after this thing and the experience that you've had with this so far is definitely something important. Although as he states, it's not something that's going to happen tomorrow. This is a long process. But what's happened, it puts a lot of context in what happened in Drakoll, in the corruption, the twisting, the disappearing of people, and describing the creatures that you ran into. These things have been affected by the grasping void, and whatever it's left here, or whatever been seeded here in this world. So, yeah.
Obviously, I'll tell him what information we got from Shavora.
Okay. Yeah, he definitely listens intently and well, that does seem to correspond to what Exilion was able to determine from legend lore. So, I hope that you can deal with it.
Could we do that here? Could we attempt to?
It could be attempted. I'm more concerned that exposing that to a place with a large population of people is a bit more risky. Someplace more remote might be safer. This chamber itself is fairly secure. This is a very crafty and insidious thing, but it's by all accounts. So anything to keep it from being exposed to a large population might be more safe.
Can you think of any way to keep it contained? Once it's out of the book.
A wall of force. Not much can pass through that. If you are inside a wall of force with it cannot escape away from you. That would be one way. I don't know its specific vulnerabilities. I mean, it sounds like there's some ideas and things that it may not affect it as much, but it is definitely possible. But yes, something on the order of a wall of force might do good work toward that.
I ask something like the magic circle as well, creating a yes. I think it could do something like that.
Potentially, yes. It is. Yes, it is. It would help contain as well. So magic circle may be a good thing as well. That could do the trick.
Maybe I do both. Yes.
Not that they're more than one plan is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely.
As many precautions as possible. I think there was a reason why Kaufman went to such a remote area. Even he, in his recklessness, recognized the danger this posed if it was done in a more populated place. I shudder to think what would happen if he had done what he did here.
He set up protections as well, but they didn't do him any good.
I fear that the benefit that you have that he did not is you have your companions. One person can never protect in a way that multiple people can. It is important to remember that. Rely on your allies. Layer your defenses. And I had the feeling that he was being influenced in a way that made him overlook certain precautions he should have taken.
Yeah.
Watch your back. And I would like to know how it turns out.
Yeah, definitely. Have to think where we're going to go. Somewhere remote.
Hmm.
There's a big old desert over there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could just go out to the desert.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt anybody.
But
Hopefully.
he wanted to do it near the Duchess, though.
Well, that was to pull the Duchess into it, but like, if we don't have that option,
Yeah, we're not going to get anywhere near her to be able to pull her into it.
I also don't think that we're gonna be able to, like, if we do get near her, I don't think she's going to allow us to do anything with that book near her.
There's also the risk that she'll get the book too.
Right. And like you said, or he said, this isn't something that's going to get done now. We're going to have to take time to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just go do it right now. Go on.
Nope.
Oh, we know what to do now.
I agree.
Eldon can cast Wall of Force, and he can cast Magic Circle, I believe.
And I can cast telekinesis.
I'll be there.
And you'll be there.
We'll be there, and I'm actually going to hit your bow with a Chaos Bolt Fire, changing its element
Oi.
to fire.
Oi, Shorty, what are you doing?
Force would work as well. Only problem is that don't forget that Wall of Force and Magic Circle are both concentration, so Eldon couldn't cast both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
One or the other, not both.
I look at my bow. You broke it?
No, actually, as we discussed, the enchantment on the item actually makes it to where I can change the element based on the spell cast on it.
Chaos Bolt is random, Ella.
Yeah.
You can.
No,
No,
It's
you're
not
thinking.
random.
You're thinking of
I'm thinking
chromatic
of-
orb.
Chromatic Orb.
Yeah, chromatic
Yeah,
orb.
yeah.
You get to choose. Chaos Bolt is it's
I'm
chaos.
thinking of one I can pick what it is.
Yeah. Chromatic orb. Yeah.
Hi, Roland.
Warn a dwarf when you do something like that.
I could also
Suppose you just came
hold.
to death. No.
I could also hold.
If we did cast Magic Circle, what type of creature would it come under?
You would assume aberration. Is that one of the
Creature
options?
that causes death.
Yes. Yes. So
Magic Circle will fix that.
Hold on.
Celestials, elementals,
Celestial,
fae, fiends, or
elementals,
undead.
fae, fiends, or
Nope.
undead.
It wouldn't work on there. Yep.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Based on what you've
let's
seen there,
just-
this is definitely an aberration.
Wait till one of us gets disintegrate, and then let's just use that.
Well, radiant damage is what they suggested.
Yeah. Well, you're looking
out
at
of curiosity,
that.
is did I ever get that spell plate for guiding bolt?
Where were you asking for that? That was in.
We were asking that when we were in we went to the temple and asked that lady for it. It's not
In
machine.
Port Oris
in-
or
Port Oris, yes. It
um.
was in Port Oris.
Yeah, I guess I didn't add it on there. So yeah, I would assume you're gonna have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would
It's just
basically
baseball, and don't forget you can't upcast it.
right.
Magic cannot be
It's
upcast.
just the 46
Yep.
radiant damage that automatically gives initiative or advantage to the next attack.
I don't know if anybody else wants it, but have you got Mage Hand?
Me? Oh,
Or
Have
anybody
either
else.
of you got Mage Hand, Aldon or Lucas?
I do. I have
Yes,
it.
I have. Yeah.
You have. Oh, I might just get rid of it then and swap it for something else. I got an item with Mage Hand on it, a glove of minor telekinesis.
Mhm.
But now that I've got Mage Hand and the telekinesis feat, I don't really need that. So.
I mean, Grib could use it.
Gloves?
Oh, he could. Have you got
Yeah.
any gloves?
Pickpocket from other side of the room, right there.
It's just one
Um,
fingerless leather glove that has the Mage Hand cantrip on it, so that you can pick something up 30 foot away.
Jim,
Yep.
I need you to be aware.
Mhm.
I have given Grimbar this Spellbreaker javelin.
Okay.
I did put that on there.
Mm-hmm.
And do the gloves need to be bound?
No, they're a Manatech.
If you just look it up, Manatech, glove of minor telekinesis, you can put that on your character sheet and I'll delete it from my.
Yep. Just go to
Might come in
inventory, add item there. Just do Manatech glove, and it will show up there.
Might be handy for pickpocketing. Not that you would ever pickpocket anybody.
I
In
mean,
front of Sora.
that is the basis of the arcane trickster subtype there. So it is sort of like getting you. I mean, you don't have like the benefits. It is that with the glove, it is a obvious hand. It cannot be invisible. It's going to be a glowing hand, sort of a bluish spectral looking hand that moves around there. So it's not invisible. It's going to be obvious.
Spell Manatech, I can't spell for some reason.
But with you
MA
being so short as well, you can reach things off the top shelf.
Manatech. There's a bunch of them there. So one of them is a glove of minor telekinesis. This is the one you want to grab. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all
Okay, so that's not.
this campaign only. And I make a note. I will make the guiding bolt one for you.
Yep.
If we are going to attempt the book, we might need to
Not looking.
stack up on things like protection from good and evil.
Where's that?
Yeah.
I have that already.
Oh, there it is.
We got enough for all of us.
It's a first level spell.
It's
Got it.
good
Yeah.
and evil. It only does one creature, and it's
Yeah.
a concentration. It is concentration.
For 10 minutes. Too.
It does work against aberrations. Yes.
Yeah, I've looked at it.
Yep.
I've got it on my lyre, so I can cast one.
Liar.
I can cast a
mean,
second.
I mean, what's
Yeah.
interesting is that would also notice
It's
the
a
benefit there.
Manatech. That's a Manatech item. What we could do with it.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, notice.
You know,
So
if
creatures
a
are
those
party
type
member
headed-
gets charmed, you can use that on them and give them another roll to get
Yeah.
them out.
No. Target
No?
cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Yeah, but if they're already charmed,
Oh, they
frightened, or
roll with
possessed,
advantage, and then you save.
they
Yes,
have
sorry,
an
that's right.
advantage on the saving throw.
On the new save, any new save throw against the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I mean is, even if you don't have it on anybody to begin with, if somebody gets charmed, that's the ideal spell to go for, because at least then they get.
Although Dominate does not allow extra saves. With that though,
Scott, charge. You think the Spellbreaker Javelin could break the spell that's holding?
it would work on a hold person, but it would not work on Dominate because it only does up to 3rd level. You don't get a caster check with a Spellbreaker Javelin.
So Dominate
any spell.
What the book is doing.
So basically, Spellbreaker Javelin can do dispel magic on an effect, but only 3rd level or less. Dominate's 5th level. So, but if it was whole person, you could use it to break the whole person on someone.
I'm just talking the book.
Oh yeah, the book is
know.
more powerful. Yeah, way more powerful. Yeah. All right. So, what's the plan? You guys have had a chance to all level up and train and get some information. Basically, assuming you spent a week doing this, down there, you would know that somewhere around 6 days or so. So after about 5-6 days after you guys are here, you will get a message from Serenity, from Captain, that they are arriving at Port Oris. They can meet. They will essentially wait there for your arrival.
Before we go, I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah,
I had hinted about setting up connections here in the town and stuff like that. So I'm going to be doing that.
Okay.
And you did say that one lady we were talking about she's like information to somebody or something.
Which I'm not sure.
One of the ones that was giving him information while they were trying to cast a spell of identify in the book or something.
That's the head of the College of Law. Hello, he.
Yeah. He essentially is. So, the big half orc there, Excelvion is the spy master, essentially, who's also he is well, based on the information you picked up a little bit there, is Excelvion's at least 300 years old, probably closer to 4.
The half orc?
No, the half orc is human age there. The Excelvion, the elf that was with him that came in there, he's the one that's over 300.
Yeah, you said something about 400 years old.
Yeah, that was the. So essentially, the half orc, big guy with the drumstick maces, is the head of the College of Lore. Excelvion he's a whisper, College of Whispers bard. So effectively, he's the spy master. But yeah, he and Haloric are a couple. So.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to. I'll just work on doing that, and then when we leave. But I'll be trying to get names for the book.
Yeah, it's not hard to get a few different people. One of the things about that you picked up in this place here already is there are a lot of bards, and there's a lot of information because they're all bards and they all talk. The different colleges of bards have different specialties, of course. So picking up a couple different people from various places can definitely help. Lore bards need more just information about stuff. The eloquence and glamour bards are the ones that know more things about people. The sword bards are the combat guys, but they also know a lot about who's like the threat and who are the ones to watch out for. And those are probably the main bard schools that would have knowledge here. They don't have a lot of knowledge of people and like current events outside the city, because they are fairly isolated here. Although some of them have picked up rumors and things from other places and such. But there's definitely a lot of information to be had here if you're looking for something specific. And so, with a couple of different people you've talked to, set up connections with there, you can definitely gather more information at some point there while you're here.
Okay.
So you have specific things you're trying to find out. You can definitely call on some folks here to get some stuff for you.
All right.
Yep.
Cool.
I'm going to ask the group, do we want to find out any more information about the Duchess?
If anybody will give it, yeah. I've been trying to find out information about it, but I am not smart enough to do so.
Who are you looking to get information from her about?
I was thinking, well, not specifically about her, but about Coin and who she's connected to.
Yeah.
An idea, maybe. Find her last coin bearer, yes, and see if a cleric would maybe speak with its corpse.
We have
You know-
contact on the plane.
There is that.
Yeah.
As far as you know, the previous coin bearer was probably the queen herself.
Oh, darn it.
Isilda.
Yeah, thinking about that. Yeah.
You don't know who held it between her and if anybody held it between there, but
Right.
you definitely know that she was the one who had it.
Yeah, we ain't
So-
getting hold of that body.
No.
We ain't that high enough level yet.
Yeah, yeah. Getting
Well,
hold
we
of
don't
also
have
know-
any way of finding out information.
We also know that Duchess told us that her mother didn't want to use the coin.
Nope.
We now know who her mother is, so we can contact her.
It was Milena Maltanis.
And her grandmother's the one that used it.
Well,
Is she alive?
no.
No, but we can contact other plane. That's part of what the spell does.
Oh,
You can contact dead people.
okay.
Definitely, yeah. Now, again, they may not have much information, or they may not wish to talk, depending. But I mean, you can definitely try.
And I don't think her mother would be one to talk, to be honest. If she didn't want to use something like that, I don't think she'd want to be woken up in her eternal sleep.
Or
Well-
she might be ticked off that her daughter turned around and used it.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
We also have somebody in the party who has a piece of the soul of one of her relatives, so
There is that.
she might be more inclined to speak to us
We
depending
could.
on that.
I've used that. I've used the spell slot for today, right?
Oh, that happened like
Oh,
days
okay.
ago. Essentially this is also this is what happens over a week. So yeah.
We could try again.
I was just thinking, even if we just get the name of the entity and the coin, 'cause we don't even know that.
True.
We suspect what it is. We suspect it might be a hag of some sort.
Hmm.
But if we get a name, at least we can research that.
And names are power.
Yeah.
Especially in the Feywild.
And I have a spell that I can use on somebody if I know their name.
Let's try it. All right. What
Okay.
are the
All right.
questions?
So yeah, you figure out your questions there, and who you want to try to talk to. You talk to essentially Milena Maltanis. So you're talking to the spirit of a long dead person. I mean, obviously you could try to, with that spell, contact the queen herself, Isilda Stenton. Or Isilda Gervon.
Like I said, it depends whether they want to give us information. The reason I was thinking of her mother is because the mother didn't want to use the coin,
True.
Yep. 100%.
whereas the queen did, obviously.
Yeah.
So she might be more willing to give information because she was against the idea of using the coin.
Yeah, that was the thought.
Keep in mind when thinking of your questions, though, that normally, and in this case especially, the questions have to be yes/no questions for the most part, or a very short answer. Shavora was a little bit different case in that he was much more chatty than normal, but
Let's say that
But-
we're just looking for mainly just the name of the
Yeah,
creature on the coin.
yeah,
Beginner's luck, so to speak.
Yeah. Beyond that, if she knows it, she would definitely be able to pass that along if she knows it.
Anyone can think of any other questions you might ask apart from that one?
Its name.
What type of creature, I suppose, yeah. We
Yeah,
think we know what it is.
What type of hag? We think we know what.
Well, we don't know it's a hag. We're just guessing that it's,
Yeah.
some sort of high-level
But
dark
here, it's
bay of some description.
the ice hag, right? That's what we think it is. Wasn't there like a frost thing happening there?
Sora doesn't know anything about hags, so she doesn't know.
We can ask what type of creature is residing in the coin exactly. What its name is. If she knows. How the weather is in afterlife.
No.
If it has any weaknesses.
How many
Yep.
licks does it really take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
What is a Tootsie Roll?
Yeah.
Cop?
No. Just
Tootsie Rolls are really nice.
What were desserts like
wow.
years ago?
Mr. I've been to America.
Wow.
Okay, so
My head hurts now, Jim.
right. So you have some questions. Think of some more here. Yes, you can use the ritual chamber again. This will be this will be very different. Because you're not contacting a living creature or a living person. So this you're not sure what to expect from this one.
I thought her mother was dead.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, hence
I mean,
why
it's
I
not
think
But
the
it's a
living
spirit of a
person.
long dead. Yeah.
We didn't pick a random outer being to try and have a chit chat with. We're picking with an actual dead thing on
Mm-hmm.
a plane of heaven, basically.
Aldon, are you a wizard or
I am, in fact, a wizard and an artificer.
awesome?
I am more artificer than wizard.
It's
An,
an
artif-
artifact.
an artificer casts sending,
Yeah.
then you'd be able to cast a spell too.
Mm-hmm. So, before we start all of this, I'm going to hand you the scroll and tell you that I'm going to need to use that whenever I feel like using that, and you don't get to tell me when or
Communion?
yeah.
Yeah.
It is a scroll of converse, so you'd be able to. So,
Yep.
um,
Yeah. I can totally do it. It's fine.
did you cast 5th level artificer spells yet?
Not 5th level. I have the
Okay.
spell slot.
But you
So
don't
with
have the
the
spell level
Mizzou.
yet. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah, so you could technically, yeah.
I just have to succeed a DC 20 Arcana check. Let's do it.
That's easy enough, though, isn't it?
Or would it be better to give it to Lucas? Lucas, can you cast wizard spells?
Pretty high chance.
No. Bards
You can
as well.
cast bard spells, though.
With
Yeah.
enhanced
You get-
ability and bardic inspiration and your inspiration and everything else, that guidance and stuff.
If you can prep for it, yes, it'd be very, very easy to do.
hmm
Right.
I don't know who to give this to now.
I mean, Eldon's probably the person to take it there. I mean, again, he can.
Okay.
Once he's effectively putting it, essentially learning this, will put it on your spell list essentially,
Right.
and then you can then use the Mizium because you can't use a Mizium Generator for spells that aren't on your spell list. So
Right. Yeah. It has to
This
be
is
on
One
my
more
spell
level,
list
give it
to
to me,
use
and I can use it.
Nope, we already gave you the spellbreaker javelin. That's all the magic you need, buddy.
And the mage hand gauntlet.
Oh,
So,
and
you
mage
know,
hand gauntlets. You're good. You're golden.
Boots of striding and leaping.
boots of striding and springing. Yeah.
And
They're all
I'm
set.
pretty sure we sold those those daggers to somebody who bought them for you. So we essentially gave those to you as well.
Was it
Also, you're
Mabel?
going to be getting a very fun
bought
room
'em.
later that's going to give you more spells that you can use on your own.
No, he
Was it
doesn't.
Mabel buying for him, Jim?
I mean, technically he has his own money, but Yeah,
Okay.
effectively, yeah. Essentially, yeah, it came down to Ironheart and Mabel just sort of went, oh, yeah, we'll bankroll that. Here.
Mm-hmm.
Those will be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
All right. So,
They don't
are
know
we
that.
are we doing this? Are you contacting Milena?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can do.
All right.
You're gonna see Eldon sweat a little bit as he activates the highest level he can with this Mizum generator. The current level it is.
We're gonna
And,
buff him up. We buff him up before he does it. So,
Yep, so go
Bardic
ahead.
Inspiration, Bless, Intellect Fortress.
Yep. So basically, well, you don't need to do all that because essentially he only needs advantage one time, and he just can't roll double once. So roll that Arcana check with advantage, and make sure you don't get double ones, which you already didn't. So you're good. So
okay, 20 is
20
the
is the
DC.
DC. So you actually cut it close there. Bardic Inspiration would apply there though. So yes, you would make it easily. So
Don't forget to mention Nolan go on.
So you watch as the Mizum generator starts to vibrate the air around me as I'm pulling magic in a strange way, and
I back up.
as the spell is activated.
now I did this before here, but effectively you can designate a person to do this. So normally you mentally contact this, but you can designate someone to be the contact. So who wants it? I mean, Amethyst could do it because Amethyst has a connection.
Actually, yeah, let's do Amethyst.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh, let me do
You
it.
got this, Amethyst.
I was all for Lucas doing it.
No.
You can do it.
Let me
No,
do
you
it.
got it.
I would have had fun with it.
What relation-
Your husband's soul is in your body, right? Or
Her husband?
No,
Your husband's
I think it would be her grandfather. Is the person who's in the dagger.
okay.
It's Kayla. It's the Duchess's great grandfather. So this would be her grandfather.
Right.
And Amethyst
And she's the Duchess's
right?
mother.
Yes.
Okay.
Jim, can I just point out that I was in Intellect Fortress because when you cast contact with the plane, you have to make a DC 15 intelligence save
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot.
or go insane.
Well,
Or go insane. Yeah.
That's the save. Yes. So actually, Amethyst, you're going to make those saves because you're the one getting in contact with it. So
Oh, nice.
cast on Amethyst, roll it with advantage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go insane. You can do it.
You're
Then
that
Can I
Eldon.
cast enhance ability
my
on
bad.
myself?
You already get advantage.
Okay.
It's not an ability check though, it's a saving throw, so it wouldn't
I want you
enhance
to
abilities for ability check.
So Intellect Fortress would work. So yes.
Okay.
Bless would.
Guidance.
Bless.
And standing near Sora.
Yes.
I'm
That's a good,
standing-
yeah.
You should stand behind Sora.
All
The
right.
Sora's in nearby, you can add +3 to it. Yes.
Oh, also, I have my new Flash of Genius ability, so I can use my reaction to give you +6.
Oh dear Lord, guys.
So
Let's just let her
effectively,
roll.
Amethyst, you're fine. Yes. You already made it. You're good.
So
So
plus, you know,
ignore all the
24.
rest. You don't need any more. Yes, you already got it. Yes.
Okay.
You made it all on your own without any benefit.
I'm
wanted
completely
to see
unprepared for
Amethyst
this
one
now. I
day.
thought Lucas was doing it.
Of course you
So-
are. That's okay. Great.
I need time to prepare this. I need to be able to, like, I
People
don't know
can-
what I'm saying.
People can feed you questions. It's fine.
Okay.
This is not going to be a conversation.
Okay.
It's not going to be a conversation. Effectively,
Okay.
what you will get is that there will be a sort of a tenuous connection. You sort of hear a whispering voice a bit. You don't really see a person so much as sort of a wispy outline of a female face. And there is an absolute like resonance of connection that you kind of feel through your connection with Nolan and this person as they are related.
Okay.
And so it's just sort of a bit of a hesitant like recognition, but not like I know who you are. Just more like a you called. What do you want? Ask your questions.
So is this just like straight questions then? Is it not?
Yes, no, yes, no questions.
Okay.
Or, well, one word. So
Or short,
Right,
very
yeah.
short answer. Yeah, she's not going to get. It won't be a description. It's going to be a. Yeah.
Okay.
So see if she knows the name of the creature in the platinum coin.
Your daughter holds a coin of the Dark King platinum coin. What is the name of the creature within that coin?
Just, she is Peg Prowler. There it is.
A peg prowler? Fucking hell.
That's her name, Peg Prowler.
You asked her name. That's what she says.
What type of creature is Peg Prowler?
I don't know. Faye. Powerful. She never interacted with her.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay. I mean, that's
Okay, guys, next.
How's the weather?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Ask her how. I don't know if this is a good question. Y'all should chime in if not. How we would go about getting the coin from her. Or can we get the coin from her? I guess is the word.
I don't think she's going to know that. I don't think that's an answer that she'll actually know because
the coin. Well, if you want, so yeah, go ahead. But so ask if you want to ask something about that.
Well, you can do because we've got 5 questions and we.
Yeah, you only asked 2 questions so far. You got 5. You can waste a couple.
all right.
Yeah.
Do you know how we would get the coin away from your daughter?
There's actually a look of. If you ask that question directly, there's a look of anguish, sadness.
Of course.
She should not have it. Was sealed away.
Yeah, well, we knew that part.
Oh, she got 3 of them.
Yep.
So Milena put the coins in the vault.
Okay.
Hilda got them out.
Yeah.
Does she know if the Peg Prowler's got any vulnerabilities?
Was that to ask her?
That's a good one.
Yeah, you're asking it. Amethyst?
Are you asking that question?
Yeah.
Okay, I
What are the other-
need to know that.
I thought him asking it would, yeah.
No, you're the one asking her the questions, and people are kind of feeding you things. So I want to make sure. At least tell me that. Some arrogance.
Americans?
Her arrogance.
Oh, okay.
Why would I possibly say her Americans? Come on.
Wow.
I thought you said
Racist, man.
Americans.
That's
You said her
racist.
arrogance. I don't know.
Her Britishness?
Weird.
Birdie should play more tired often.
Okay, last question. Last question.
Her arrogance is her weakest part.
The weakness of the other 2 coins in her possession.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, I was thinking about the easiest way of getting through to her actual daughter. Like, is there anything that we can say or talk about that would help to persuade her? But if you want to ask about,
Isn't she too far gone?
We don't know. We haven't been able to get to her.
Well, I mean,
she was there. She was very present. It was quite clear that both of them were present in one body, and that we
Mhm.
spoke with
And,
both of them, and not
and
just
she
the
did accept
Fae.
whatever came out of the coin.
Oh yeah,
They're
she was loving
they're
it.
symbiotic. I mean, they're together.
Yeah, she loved the power that she got from it.
Oh,
She
I
yeah.
don't.
was all aboard with that.
Well, with that being
Um,
the case, then
It's
I don't
giving her
know
a
that
little
they're.
tingle down under.
I don't know if that means that she's too far gone, or if that means that because of her arrogance, she's not going to release the coins in any way, shape, or form, and she's not going to play off of memories that we can create for her to remember the good old times.
so if you want, if you
So
want me
what's
to
the
ask about the
weakness?
other two coins, we've only got one answer though. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if one word answer is misleading or whatever, she can say what they are if she knows.
okay,
It's one question, but
Yeah,
yeah,
with
Right. With
she and
usually two answers.
and
okay,
we
but
would
one question
believe
with
that
two answers.
we believe that she would know those answers because she hid all three coins away.
yeah,
Mhm.
okay. Well, what do you know about the other two coins that you bound with that one?
The wolf, uncontrolled, and the arcane demon. Conniving.
Conniving.
I mean,
Eldon?
Yep. It's the one that I inhabited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gathered.
The
Or
Arcanoloth.
Eldon gathered.
Yes, the
Um,
Arcanoloth. Yep.
Which means we're dealing with a thing that can cast any spell.
okay.
Anything.
Oh,
Roughly. Not
is
quite.
he the hunter then? Is that the hunter?
Yes.
Because we know that the beast and the hunter, the wolf and the hunter, or whatever, that they were the two coins that she had
We
access to.
found my bed buddy.
Yep. And with that, at the fifth question there, she just sort of fades away. And with this, being in touch with you are there's just this, again, that connection is there. A wave of sadness and recognition, obviously, but also fading into a peaceful quiet.
Okay.
Like you don't feel that she's in anguish. You don't feel that she's tormented by anything. She is at peace, and there's sort of that recognition of that almost relief that recognition was there.
Uh-huh. I
She's
guess
never.
because Nolan isn't with her
Nope.
and he wasn't able to be there, so knowing that he is out there somewhere and not just
Yep.
gone, that's at least some kind of peace of mind.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
so-
taking from it anyway.
Yeah, that's very much. That seems very reasonable.
Okay.
So,
It's weird
yes,
to think that he will be there one day. When we all pass, maybe? That's weird.
not sure.
Oh, I'm not
Strange.
dying. It's not happening.
I don't mean you, I mean
Okay.
Elia and I and the people whose souls are shattered soul of Nolan Gavon.
Mm-hmm.
Like his soul never made it to heaven. So, she she's just realizing now that he's still out there somewhere because she recognized his soul in me. So it's weird.
And
It's very weird.
not sure how that'll all work.
No, it's quite sad, but weird.
Means you're gonna die soon, and you're gonna release his spirit.
That's not going to happen either.
Either that, or your spirit is gonna take his place in the dagger, and he's gonna be let loose.
Nope, I'm not letting that
And
happen
then you
either.
and Sora will be together forever and ever.
Because we won't die. Yep.
There you go.
Most
Yeah.
Definitely.
Future
Because
goal.
you're gonna stab me in the back another time, and I'm gonna have to take you out because Lucas isn't gonna be able to save you because
Well,
you didn't
listen.
pay him half the money that you got
Listen.
for saving you the first time.
If she stabbed you in the first place, we would have a conversation. She didn't stab you.
If I ever try to kill you,
Have you ever seen
you'll be
those claws
awake.
on her?
You'll be
on her
facing me,
hands?
and you'll be
Have
armed.
you ever seen those claws in her hands? They're
I have.
daggers. They're little daggers, but they're daggers.
They're not daggers. Daggers are what you have on your belt.
So
Those
with
are just
that,
her paws.
So you all kind of feel the chamber settling down as this sort of this weirdly ethereal, unearthly presence that you never really quite. That you never. None of you but Amethyst ever really saw anything specifically, but you kind of felt it as it was there. You kind of heard the voice, but Amethyst, you're the only one that can actually see the image of the person. As Melena's back at rest. Anything else?
Oof. No. Let's go try to burn a book.
I will say that with Radiant,
Yeah.
by the way, that
Let's
was
do
kind
it.
of weird. That's what it looks like when I talk to Bahamut. I'm gonna do that alone from now on.
See me talking to Elia enough. I'm always talking to Elia.
Your eyes flitter
do
when
it,
you
We
talk
go
to them.
and
Your eyes
purchase.
flitter. They go.
Yeah, but when
You
she's
know, you
talking to
get all
Elia, you're
first.
quiet.
It's a first level spell. How much would it be to go purchase protection from good and evil?
I have.
I
it.
mean, well, that's Manatech. I mean,
Yeah.
a spell plate for that would be about 100 gold.
Okay. I'm gonna buy all of us that.
You need items to put it on. Remember, you can only have 5 active spell plates.
Right.
Period.
Yes.
There's
Yeah,
five attached accumulators, I should say.
Yeah.
Sora's
So,
maxed out.
So,
Yeah. So
Sora's
No.
maxed out.
Not
She
with
can't have-
Manatech.
But Manatech, not attunement. Manatech items can only have 5 items that have attached accumulators.
I
So
thought
there's
you
5.
said my entire suit would have maxed me out then
No,
because
no,
I
no,
also
no.
have the dancing lights one too.
No.
No, essentially, so what Manatech items do you have?
4. I have 4 currently equipped.
And you're going to have the guiding bolt one as well.
5. Okay, so
Mhm.
I'll take off my boots.
And remember, only one can be a concentration.
Concentration.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is my boots one.
Sure.
Now I've given the glove to Grimbar. I only have the divine shield brace, so that's all I have.
Okay. Then, yeah, you definitely have.
I have
There we go.
Um,
Load you up.
3 then?
Yeah. So effectively,
Yep.
so how it works is, the spell plate's 100 gold, and then it's 50 gold per charge, so per use, up to 6. And so how it works for basic Mantic items. So effectively, if you want and then there's an extra 50 gold in material cost in terms of an item and conduit material. So effectively, it's 150 plus however many charges you want to have times 50.
I'll just
So-
do 1.
So that would be 200 gold
200 gold.
total for whatever item you want. So choose what item it is. Choose and it has 1 charge per day.
Do a ring.
Rings. It needs to be something bulky.
It is something bulky.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll do
yeah.
a
A bracer, glove, a hat, a choker, like a neck,
Everyone's getting a pretty big leather bracer thing. That's
Can I get a collar with a bell on it?
Yes, sure.
It'd be more like a wide like choker kind of thing like that. So yeah, it wouldn't be a necklace. It'd be more like a
Yeah.
Well, that studs on it like a bulldog.
I can cast protection from good and evil from my lyre.
So you don't need you don't
Okay,
need one.
so you don't need one.
Okay.
So we're down to 4. So I'm down to 800.
Sora's got the spell, I believe.
Yeah, I got the spell. I can do it myself.
Okay, so we're down to 600.
Okay.
600. There we go.
I mean, we can all pay for our own.
Yeah, you each got.
Oh, yeah, shoot. Y'all pay for your own then.
Yeah.
Screw you,
So,
cockroach.
if you would like to buy one, protection from good and evil.
I'm
Well,
broke.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think-
You are
saying.
not. You got money.
I think Amethyst should buy mine.
So it is
All right.
200. It is 200 gold for a Manatech protection from good and evil item.
We're just in the item for Eldon's person.
I think that Grimbar should kiss my left butt cheek.
Well, yeah,
It's
because I'm
furry.
kissing you right.
My
I'm
furry
gonna
butt
tell
cheek.
your girlfriend you're flirting with me.
Yeah, you do that because she'll totally believe you.
Yeah. Eventually, if you ever, when you ever see her again.
Yeah. Whoa.
Wow. I
Wow.
have continual contact.
Talking to him, not you.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. That's a big difference, Jim.
Yes.
Oh,
When
so I
he-
can take
I
that
said
as
whenever
I'm gonna get
he
kicked.
sees her again.
He's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You can tell her whatever
I-
you want. He doesn't. He's only seen her briefly. Like a couple. The
Yeah.
time he was in Raven's Crest, only a couple of days there.
And I talk to her every day and I tell her everything. So if anything, she'll probably just
Laugh it
take her
off.
head and walk away.
She just
Like
laugh it off.
So,
So then, anything else you want to do here in Anol Korun before you head out? I mean, Elba, if you
Jim.
want to save some money, you can always just go ahead and
Make it my own.
make your own conduit and
Yeah.
so all you need are the spell plates. So that's 100 gold for the spell plates.
100 gold for
And you're
spell
in a
plates.
place with, I mean, again, lots of clerics, lots of casters. It is a very minor. So we have first level spells, so those spell plates are not hard to get a hold of.
Right.
So
Don't I
you said
have
you
a
messaged
thing?
me, Sora? I don't see it.
Thing?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
I still have
did.
a bunch of words to add, but you were quick on the draw there.
So you want me to take it off, or do you actually want me to use the add and remove keys?
No, we want you to
Oh.
take it off. We need to see it all.
What? What are we talking
Go
about?
on. Come on.
What?
What are you talking about?
The coin for the 200 gold.
Yeah, it's just you can just do it from So essentially, you should have on your inventory tab there the gold.
I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just-
I'm there. Just
Yeah.
subtract it.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, while we're talking about coins, who has the coins equipped and attuned?
Nobody.
No one.
Well, I think
there
that
there are
Wow.
there are 2 coins. Now remember, the coins do give a benefit if you're not attuned.
yeah, you
There's
get
a lesser
benefit.
benefit.
If you're attuned to them, they give
One
you a
of the 2
feat.
ones that we have one that
You
is
have
like
Shadow and you have Vine,
right.
and they're in the inventory. I've created them, so there's a version that's attuned and not attuned.
I mean, if
So you can
anybody
look at them.
lucky
I'll take the
feat,
shadow
I
one.
barely ever use it, so
Yeah.
I'm happy to attune to
So
a different one.
So Shadow,
I like that druidy one.
yeah.
Is that
So
the one that helps? Does that help you hide and stuff?
So Shadow,
man.
Shadow unattuned lets you cast Cause Fear once per day. If it's attuned, it lets you also go invisible once per day.
That would be great for
Cause
Grimbar.
Fear and invisibility.
Yeah.
So what happens if you attune to it, you get the Shadow Touched feat.
Yeah.
So you actually get to add the Shadow Touch feat to your character sheet.
The other one gives you the I know
Gives
what
you-
it is.
Magic Initiate for Druid gives you Entangle,
Druid.
Druidcraft, and Thorn Whip.
Yeah, and I quite like that.
Sure.
I'd probably swap my. I don't ever use the lucky coin. I don't. I really don't. I haven't.
Yeah.
I think I've used it once.
I'll trade. I'll take the lucky coin then.
Of course you will. 'Cause that's what
No.
Eldon needs.
Yeah.
Sora needs the lucky coin.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
So, okay.
I'm
So,
attuned and slotted out. So
Well, I'm saying if you
Yeah.
aren't attuned to it, you still get 1 reroll per day. If you are attuned, you get the lucky feat, which is 3 rerolls per day. So effectively, it just gives you more rerolls. So even unattuned, if you have it, you get to use it once per day. So there isn't. So when you go to the inventory list, there is an attuned and an unattuned version. So basically, you just take the unattuned version
we
and
can
just
fix this.
yep.
Hold
So-
on, let's do rollies.
That's kind of a waste, though. I mean, do you not have any attunement slots at all between you?
You want
Not
to do
really.
rollies? No.
I've got an attunement slot 3.
Do you want to do it?
Maybe you
wanna
should
go for
do
lucky?
it then. You want lucky?
Oh yeah, lucky sounds good. If you don't want it, yeah.
It's
So you
not
take
that
the
I
coin.
don't.
Well, if you've got something better, that's what I mean. So I've
I
got
tell
slot
you.
3.
You can attune more than 1 coin.
Yeah.
So there is that aspect too. So I'll let you guys figure this out. You guys figure out what you want to do. Totally
Does-
fine.
Does Grimbar have a attunement slot free?
Yes.
Because I think the Shadow Touched one would definitely be beneficial to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
So if you
So-
take the coin, the attuned version, you'll be able to add the Shadow Touch feat, which I believe gives you also a stat boost
Yeah. Intelligence, charisma,
or charisma, yeah, or wisdom,
wisdom.
maybe. I forget. So anyway, Yeah.
So
Okay.
if Grimbar adds it, I'll take the coin of shadows off my inventory then.
okay, and hand them that. So yeah,
Yeah, intelligence, wisdom, charisma increased by 1. Invisibility, and it's an illusion.
it's
spell.
called illusion or necromancy, which in this case is cause
Yeah.
fear.
Okay, yeah, yes.
This one is set, yeah. It's essentially it's that one specifically.
I
It's like-
actually do have an attunement slot.
So magic
So-
initiate, yeah.
Coin of shadow.
Shadow attuned, and then you go over to the if you go to, where is it, sorry, those of you watching this is not much fun, but we'll figure this out.
It's all part of D&D.
Sure it is.
Item management is a huge part of
If you
D&D.
go to features and traits across your tabs there and scroll down, you can get manage feats at the bottom.
Yep.
Click on that, go down and choose Shadow Touched. And click the add button. It's going to ask you what stat you're going to boost.
Okay.
And then choose which option, which would be charisma, intelligence, or wisdom. You can increase one of them by 1.
Oh, increase.
I still have a free attunement slot now.
charisma,
Okay.
Intelligence or wisdom.
Okay. So once you do that there, you should also notice on your actions tab, you should have some spells. You should now have invisibility and cause fear will show up on your, so you can use once per day.
I guess
So-
I'm just gonna go ahead and oops. I gotta increase. Let me go back there.
Yeah, just go to manage feats. There will be an option to pick which one it is. So with that, as you guys kind of settle this up here, what is your plan? Are you going to go out in the desert and try to destroy the book?
Do something real stupid.
I went with charisma.
Cool. Okay.
Stupid.
Jim,
Yeah.
Druid Cross Thorn Whip, and what was the other one?
It's entangle. First of all, spell.
Thank you.
And I have to take cause fear, right?
That's the one. Yes.
It's not there.
I mean, it's not there.
in the list of spells.
Well, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the ones
it
that
is there. It is there.
Magic edition for Druid. Yeah, you should be. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries.
Oh, you're a little closer to your homegirl.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted it for.
So we are
You guys
looking
can build
to
flowers together.
Yes.
Ew, gross. Get a room.
We have
So,
one.
are you then heading out into the desert or going somewhere else?
Yeah, let's do the desert.
Are you sure we're ready for that? Like, they
Ready.
said we'd do it later. They didn't say
Are
it
we
first.
ready for this? Are you sure?
Don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm
we're ready for this.
You definitely have you had your long rest. So make sure you all had your long rest there. See all your stuff. You should all be leveled as well, so you should be ready to go. So you will move out into the desert. Lucas, you never go out in the desert. No one goes out in the desert. It's a terrible, lifeless, awful place. It is just sand, and it's very sort of an orangey colored sand. It's called the Amber Dunes for a reason. It is very amber colored. It isn't the white bleached yellowish sand there. It's very orange colored as you move out there. It is just windswept. There are no around the walls of the city. There are definitely some scrubby little plants that are starting to grow. Just kind of little things. They're sort of like just somehow being able to latch on and grow on the base of the walls, and maybe about a few yards, maybe 10 yards or so out from the wall, you'll see a little bit of scrubby little plants here and there. But beyond that, it is just desert. Now, to the south of Anol Korun, heading out the main gate to the east, there is sort of a road that has been sort of crafted there. It's just sort of baked stone, and it's just sort of kept the edges have been kept kind of clear of the sand and everything else. It does head out toward the plains and out toward the rest of the area that way. But there are actually north, south, and west gates that just go out into desert. They're not really monitored. People don't go out there. So you can take your pick of any one of those and head out into the desert itself. What sort of stories do you think Lucas would have picked up on the desert or looked into, or just like, I mean, growing up here, is there anything that's sort of like things that you would have watched out for or been warned about?
Sandstorms.
Yeah. You definitely watch out for.
Do I actually know if there's any oasis in the
No. That is one thing about the Amber Dunes. It is completely lifeless. There is no water. There are no animals. There are no plants. Essentially, until you get beyond the border of it there. It is an actually unnatural desert.
Would I know if there's like mummies, mummy lords, like ancient ruins, things like that? Is there anything about that?
As a lore bar, you
Vast monsters of sand, monsters in the sand.
Lucas, as you grew up here, you would know a little bit that there weren't any settlements outside the walls here. This was all farmland. It was a lush, like wheat fields and grains of all different kinds. It was the breadbasket of this part of the world, according to the ancient histories from pre-cataclysm. But when the cataclysm came there, it just wiped it all out, and there's nothing left. There are stories, kind of a boogeyman type of things that stalk the dunes that will attack and drain the life force from anything that it encounters, and so it's one of the reasons why no one ever goes out into the dunes. Beyond the fact there's nothing there. There's no it's one of those things that the parents, you assume that parents tell the kids to kind of say, don't go out there, you're going to die of thirst or sunstroke. But kids don't listen to that kind of thing. But the idea of spooky monsters and terrible things that might gobble them up are maybe a little more effective.
Is there any remains of any villages, like foundations of houses or anything like that?
Not that you've ever heard of. Essentially, Anol Korun was the central hub of everything out there. There may have been some like small like stables or huts, but nothing really out there as far as you're aware of. And there's no freestanding structures that you see across the dunes. As you look out, it's just sort of windswept sand. And some of it's very, very coarse. Almost like larger, like glass pebbles and such like that, as if what was there was just baked and blasted by the sea and by sand and moving sand and wind. Occasionally there'll be wind that kind of ruffles the sand dunes and sort of like makes them kind of creep and crawl as you watch out there, as some of the finer particulars are lifted up and kind of like form these little wispy like trails across the tops of the dunes as the wind whips across there.
I'm gonna pick up some of that sand and stick it in my vest pockets or whatever.
Sure. It's a very strange texture. There's a fine grit and then the thicker, like more pebbly structures of like kind of the coarse, smooth quartz. So you're able to kind of pick up a handful and tuck it away.
Yeah, basically for when I'm in close combat, throw it in their face type thing.
Sure. Yeah, easy enough. You can
I'm
kind of
just
sift.
going to be collecting little shiny pebbles because
Yeah, eventually it's kind of like frosted glass marbles almost. The larger pieces, because they're all sort of they're not perfectly round, but they are smooth and rounded. You don't find any chunks of it's all just sort of wind blasted for centuries. As you look across here, you can kind of sift through and pick out the larger ones as you kind of like the sand drift through your fingers and leave behind the larger rounded chunks of quartz and such.
We're riding our goats out here, or my goat, our horses.
You can, yeah, you can. They struggle. The sand is very shifty and there's no road out here or anything else. So they will be able to move along, but it is considered difficult terrain, and just in terms of like it's shifting sand as you walk across it. You're not running at full speed across here. How far out do you want to go?
Yeah, how far out do we want to go, Lucas?
How
I don't
is
like
the
it out here.
distance?
away from anybody
Just
else.
2 miles out, type of thing.
Yeah,
Eldon,
yeah.
that's so much sand in places that don't need to have sand.
Yeah,
I've got
it's
sandy clothes.
Oh, that's fine.
so does Sora.
I don't like it. It's between my toes.
Yeah, it's getting underneath the nails too. There's sort of kind of feeling because you had the claws on there, so it's getting underneath your claws and kind of like shoving into the space between your claws and your toes, and like you find yourself like sticking your feet out. So you go out a ways, a mile or so, maybe a mile or two at most here. It takes you the better part of, with the shifting sands, it takes you probably about 45 minutes to an hour to get that far out there, just because it's, again, you're moving at half speed, plus it's just up and down these dunes. But you're far out that you can kind of see the walls of the city, but they're still off in the distance. It's very, very clear to see, and the dunes don't rise and fall enough that you could go down to the base of a dune there and not see the city walls specifically, and then come back to the other side there and see them. Again, a mile away is not so far that you can't see the large city out there. Although you find yourself sort of like getting a little bit of grit and sand and stuff in your eyes a little bit, and you have to kind of brush that away. But you find a space. I mean, it's large open space. You can definitely set up and do what you want to do.
Slight question.
So
Question,
can I make a
yes.
suggestion?
Uh-huh.
Use the boots.
I don't have boots.
Ankle
They're
brace,
shin
anklets, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Use what used to
Okay.
be my
Yeah,
boots.
I'll do that. But here's the thing. Eldon, did you happen to finish making the goggles?
The Googles of Night?
You
Yeah.
have a week, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, good question. Are you going out in the daytime?
Yes.
Okay.
Why? Oh, it's so okay.
It is very,
Now-
very hot.
Now we're
It is- yeah.
hot and sandy and sweaty.
I don't want this being
Yes.
done at night. Like
No.
this
It is pretty
creature of
miserable.
Darkness. This is a
The-
creature of-
The wholeness of Sora's background is starting to come. Like,
do not
Yeah.
know what kind of
Such
creatures
like
will be in the
princess
desert at
right now.
night time.
So,
Nothing lives in the desert at all.
Not even at night time.
they mostly
Well-
come out at night, mostly.
don't worms live in the desert?
Like there are normally like spiders and scorpions and all sorts of things that come out once the sun goes down.
No, there's no water. No water at all and no vegetation.
Well,
Nothing
I
at
can
all.
fix that. I can fix that.
The amber dunes are lifeless. You've seen no scurrying creatures. You've seen no tracks of snakes slithering through the sand. Nothing.
Right.
You've seen it is dry as a bone.
Well, for now.
You need perception checks as you're kind of settling into a space of where you want to do things.
That would
Right.
actually probably be an interesting place to dispel that fake coin if we ever get hold of it.
Oh,
Wow,
right.
nice,
right.
nice.
Right.
So, Amethyst, yeah, Amethyst, you're sort of like you're focused on some of the pebbles you're picking up there, but
Yeah.
you're also getting the finer grit is sort of catching in the fur around your eyes, and you're having to kind of brush them out a lot.
Mhm.
It's getting in your ears, and you're having to like kind of brush it out of your ears occasionally. So
I'm also going to
have
be
yourself-
wrestling my carpet out as well and getting onto that. Don't die.
Whoops! No, careful there, careful there.
What happened?
Lord.
Yeah,
I was just picturing her sitting down, just scratching her ear like a cat.
knock his headphones flying.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay, so
Sorry about that out there. In,
no worries.
Netherlands.
Grim and Lucas. Lucas, you find a good spot. You find a good spot there that has kind of visibility, a little bit of a rise. In fact, you actually do find what look like a fairly flat slab of rock that hasn't been fully covered, or the wind has kind of blown off enough of the dust that there's actually a flat slab of rock, a little bit tilted, but enough that you can kind of move up to it there and kind of have a place to set the book at least, if that's you choose there. Grim.
Good spot, Lucas. It's a tier to burn our sacrifice our souls to whatever we're about to do. Is what I felt.
Grim, you kind of do a quick little walk around there. Kind of the spot that Lucas has found there, getting a good view. You can see the city off in the distance, and occasionally you'll see something sort of. And over the course of the week, you saw this occasionally, where there is some sort of a creature that will kind of fly over part of the city. And then you can actually at one point there, as you're watching there, out from the east gate there, and you'll see a wagon of some kind there heading out on the road, heading off to the east.
Where the
Off there.
intelligent people go, the direction of the
Well, it's where there's actually a road to take. So you're sort of, but you can see that there is someone that heading out that direction there. And again, there's some sort of things kind of flying around above. And with that, however, Sora. Come back to you just a minute here, Sora. Lucas. So you want to take out the book and set it up there? Is that so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually have some arrows that I don't need, and I'm gonna just ahead of time. I'm gonna use those to point the direction towards the city, just in case something happens and I can't get up to see what's going on. I'm gonna make a way of I can see which way to go to safety if I gotta flee.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so you set up the book. you're preparing. Any sort of like preparations you want to make other than setting out the book and everything else, and what is it you would like to do?
What did I
Uh,
see?
I definitely use Wall of Force.
I'll come to as you set up here.
Cast
So use.
Do I have that mana tech?
Which one? Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt, yes.
Yes, you'll have it. I don't have it. It's on your sheet there because I made a chance to build it. So
Okay,
Um,
okay, cool.
yeah.
I mean, I can just say I'm.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
So how do I make? I didn't put that mana tech.
it's
text
okay.
for people.
Maybe.
So effectively, yeah. So what that means is that essentially, you have creatures have disadvantage to hit you if they're of that type of aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead. And it can also prevent you from being charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
I am going to.
Does last for 10 minutes.
In preparation for this, manage my cannon is going to be fire. I am
Okay.
also going to concentrate on
Your dad.
Wall of Force
Yes, yeah.
and.
Dad, here's your dad.
Oh, thank you. That's what I'm button in my iPad. Oh, nice.
Did you just change the map?
No.
That's weird. It's just gone blank again.
Oh no, I didn't change anything. It's still
Twenty hates
still an Anol Korun. Yeah, I haven't done anything else there.
I'm going to cast Bless, who I can only do 3 people though.
Okay.
I didn't sneeze.
So who wants Bless?
I'm just gonna put you on. I'm just gonna move you out. We can put like spells and everything. So I'm gonna move you out onto here, just so we have everybody kind of on the
book
page
is
here.
Set up on this thing.
Sure, we'll look right up there. Yep. In fact,
Jim, the boots of flying, do they require me to concentrate on them?
No, they do that.
they will maintain their own concentration.
Cool.
That
Do we
is the
get bardic
only.
inspiration?
You can only have one of those mana
For the
tech
hit points?
doing that. So if you're back, but you already have protection. You concentrate on protection.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Oh.
protection for good and evil. On myself.
And the boots will fly yourself.
Yeah, I'll obviously do the inspiring speech before we.
Ooh, how many is that?
Take your 8. Is it 18 now?
18, yeah, 18.
18 temporary hit points. Yep.
Nice.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
Yeah, I'll take bless. Hashtag blessed.
It's cool. Okay. This is
I
frustrating.
will not
Okay.
take hashtag bless, but that's the thing.
Does Grimbar want it? Probably makes sense for him to have it, right?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I am
what do I
going
Okay.
to.
Hashtag bless.
Yeah, that's what you do. I'm going to give everybody
What?
5 points. 5
No, you
points to
don't.
your maximum hit points. Yes, I am. I'm gonna cast aid. Everybody gets 5 points to your maximum health.
Thank you.
You're welcome. These are rehealable.
Actually, I picked up a thing at leveling to also help. I will upcast that at 4th level and give us 15, and you can save that spell slot for smiting this thing to ever-loving kingdom.
Wow.
So I will give us 15 extra hit points, so that way you can smite like the beast you are.
Okay. So keep track of what you got on you here. Your hit points, all your extra bonus stuff there, all your bells and whistles. Make sure you got all that
We
set
get
aside.
15 on top of the 18, so that gives us
Yeah.
33.
No,
But
no, no.
you have 15
have-
maximum hit points are
Yes.
increased.
Yes.
You
So the
actually
max-
The max hit points modifier. Don't override your max hit points like I accidentally did and give yourself like 5 hit points total.
there's a max hit point modifier, and then there's
Yeah.
a temporary hit points. The 15 is max hit point modifier. The temporary hit points are the 18.
Yep.
The maximum hit point modifiers, you can heal back to that number.
Yes.
The temporary
Mhm.
ones do not come back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just go
But
away.
you use those first.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, with that, as you guys have set up here, the book is there. So Eldon, Wall of Force is how much space? It is 10 by 10 by 10 panel, essentially. Or a dome with a radius of 10 feet. Okay.
Don't do dome, do a square. Cube.
A sphere.
Me do a cube.
Yeah.
Me a cube.
Yeah, cube.
Mhm.
Alright. I'll cube it up.
So that means you can go 10 by 10 panels.
Yes.
Big
Okay.
cube.
So
So
all dimensions, above and below.
above, below, it's a full blown box. He's not
Okay.
leaving the box. We can
All right.
shoot him in the box. He's not
Okay.
leaving the box.
Now remember, if anyone's outside the box, they can't do much to everything in the box. So just keep that in mind as you look here. So
If you're trying to do a cube, you can only get one 10-foot by side, can't you? Because that takes 6 panels and you only get 10. You're
Yeah.
better off doing a 10-foot radius sphere.
I didn't think you could do a sphere. I thought it had to be sides.
No.
No,
Hemispherical
hemisphere or
dome,
sphere.
sphere. So dome or sphere with a radius of 10 feet, or you can shape a flat surface made up of 10 foot panels. So yeah, it's basically a dome with a base or a sphere all around it. Yeah, pretty much. So
That's our size. We can do it. If we do
And I
the
have
dome.
to be standing in there to be able to fight.
to be able to fight this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sora, as you see it go up there, your senses still reach out, and Amethyst, you feel a bit of warning.
Everyone come in the deadly box.
So
Circle?
you're all in sort of surrounding the book. And Sora, as I was saying,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
you kind of glance through this transparent wall of force around there.
Let's have everyone because I'm gonna use an area blast. So not being in front of me. So let's all be a half circle.
You don't have much space here, Eldon. And remember, this is chunky salsa time.
Mhm.
Right.
We're all gonna get beat up.
If
Pretty
it's
good.
force, it's gonna be inside of a 10-foot sphere. So,
Mhm.
did any of fireball in here would kill you all?
No. If I do
Oh, Jim, that was directed at me, wasn't it?
no.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying because it is an explosion, and I do rule it that
I
way.
can do a 15-foot cone. So
Sure.
if we're at an angle,
Okay, so
yes,
you kind of do it
something
like that. Sure. Okay.
Then that will allow me to do the cone without burning everyone alive.
Okay.
Do,
Sure.
Yes.
do you want me to try to hold the book with telekinesis first before you try to destroy it?
You
'Cause
tell
I
me what
mean-
you're doing.
Most of
Well-
my stuff is psychic, so I'm not really going to be able to do much damage to it. So I was thinking maybe holding it with telekinesis might help. I don't know if you think it would help.
It's fine. We're not in cubes here, so it's
Right. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to tell, but that will work.
I'll leave it up to you. What I will say this, and as you are prepping, as you're getting ready to do things here, Sora, Amethyst, you feel the tingle of warning from the dagger as something is present, and you're looking around as you're kind of prepping here. You're certain it's not there. The book, and you can't tell direction exactly of what's happening here, but there's something close and something else moving around. And Sora, with your natural 20 and being who you are, there is a presence that you sort of sense. And
I'll
There
mark
is
that off.
something, and there is something undead. Many somethings undead that are outside the sphere as strange humanoid shapes made of swirling sand kind of move into view, swirling all around the wall of force. They can't pass through it. They're pressing against the wall, and since it extends into the ethereal plane as it does there, it blocks travel from things that move through solid objects. So these things are just sort of like pressed up against, and you see these like almost like hands made of sand pushing up against the wall of force, not being able to penetrate, and these sort of faces like appearing, like kind of moving side to side as these weird humanoid constructs of sand are swirling around the outside, but they cannot penetrate, and you can start working with the book. So I'm going to go ahead and have you do initiative, just so we have an order. Actually, we're not going to do initiative. You're going to tell me what order you're doing things in. So I'm going to put the turn tracker there. Don't roll initiative. We're just going to put you in turn order. Actually, sorry. Everyone roll initiative, and we're going to adjust you on the turn order based on what order you want to do things in. That's how I want to do it. So, okay. So we will adjust the numbers on the turn tracker there based on what you decide who goes first.
33.
Yeah, the alert,
Well, then.
Critted.
the alert feat,
Donkulous.
and yeah, it's just
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That
Again,
was
your
great.
initiative roll does not matter. We're going to adjust the roll based on what actions you decide you're taking in what order.
And I like to picture it as, because I'm also a warcaster, so is like Eldon really focuses in on what's happening, and like almost like time slows down for him as he's picking out every single detail and adding out the like, this object moving this direction at this speed will be here. Like, you know,
Of course.
it's just the battlefield becomes math, and as he really concentrates in on that.
So who's doing what?
I've asked a question, but nobody has actually
I
answered.
noticed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go invisible.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not sure what you're hiding from the party then.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Well, okay.
Well,
Let me rephrase that. When they cast the spell, just before they cast the spell, I'm gonna go invisible because it's a touch spell, and then this way.
Okay. Sure. All right. So
With that auto crit.
Well, maybe that doesn't make sense to do that
I'm-
either. But
I mean, if something comes out of this and needs to be attacked, then if you're invisible, you just sneak attack it because they can't see you. So not a terrible idea if you're prepping something. Yeah, go for it.
But
Yeah.
he's within 5 feet of somebody. I'm in the party, so I get the sneak attack automatically.
Right, but you get advantage if you're invisible because they can't see you. So there's that also. Yeah.
It's actually a good idea to go invisible. It's 100% a good idea to go invisible.
Yeah. It means your first attack will be advantage if you're making an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So, Amethyst, you're going to grab the book.
I probably not actually, because maybe if something's coming out of it, it might be better to grab whatever it is instead.
Well, like I said, who's doing what in what order? I need to know what your first action is. Are you
Says
blasting
light
it? Are you tearing it apart? What are you doing? So, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to.
They did say they need to destroy the binding to get the thing out, so we need to destroy the
I'll beat it
program
up.
to
I'll
get
beat
the
it
thing
up.
out of it.
I'll hit it.
and
Mhm.
I'll cone it with both burning hands and my art cannon thing.
All right. So, Eldon, we will go ahead and put you then. You're going to go ahead and just blast it with fire. Okay. And with this, is there anything you want to do in terms of destroying the binding?
I could probably summon my aberration and get him to attack it.
There's no room in here for a 10-foot tall slot.
Okay.
You're in a 10-foot sphere.
That's not the only creature there, but okay.
I would say that whatever you put over here is going to be in the opposite side where Eldon's throwing fire. So
Okay. All right.
you're in a very limited space here. There's 5 of you in a 10-foot sphere.
Okay.
Can
And a
you use
book.
telekinesis to just rip the book apart?
I could try.
Okay.
In conjunction with Eldon, so we can at least know we've destroyed the binding, which is what.
So okay. So you two were there. Sora, then you're gonna smash.
Uh-huh.
Lucas, you're tended to do. How about you, Lucas?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
okay.
hit it.
Okay, so it's poking there. And Grim, you're basically prepping to attack there. Okay, so
Yeah,
I will say this.
but I won't be invisible because I'm just going to attack the book, and if I need to go, I'll save that for something else.
Okay, up to you.
I'll just attack the book.
Okay, so Amethyst, you reach out with telekinesis, something there, and just pry open the book.
Mhm.
Nothing happens immediately when you do that. It's you can move this thing. So essentially, you just pull open the book, and exert control. You mentioned something like there. It does resist as you pull there. You use you feel the telekinesis resist you a bit there. It's not strong enough to actually stop you. It's just a book, but there is a resistance to it that's surprising as you push open the book there. Eldon, you blast a cone of fire there. Roll your damage on those fire on both the burning hands and the cone. As Amethyst, you pull open the book, you will see these dark, inky, black, rubbery tentacles start to pull up out from the inside of the book there. It's just sort of like appearing, and when they pull out, they reach out in a way that's not possible from the space of the book. Like, you realize that the tentacles that are coming out of there are thicker than the book itself. The book is literally about yay far across, and these things are multiple large things that are kind of moving out of a space that shouldn't be able to fit out of that book. Eldon, you rip there. As soon as the fire rips across it, the rubbery texture sort of bubbles and smokes and pops as these things sort of like writhe around in the flames. Amethyst, you are still holding the part there, able to keep the tentacles from raving around there. Give me a give me a spellcasting ability check. So basically, D20 plus your. No, this is Amethyst as she's sort of containing the tentacles.
D20 plus my spellcasting ability.
Yeah, so it's just a charisma check, so you just kind of roll your charisma. Not a saving throw, but the actual just a stat.
Add a +3.
From
Sora.
it's not a saving throw. It's an ability check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will use my reaction to activate. Just make sure that thing is going to be crazy fun. A +6 to the roll for Flash of Genius. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your action to add a +6 to the roll. I can use this feature 6 times.
Sure. Yeah. So Amethyst, just excellent. Okay. So yeah, you managed to keep them from reaching out away. You're sort of kind of like wrangling these tentacles into the space there as the fire rips across them. Sora, there are these tentacles up there. There's the book down below. You want to go ahead and bash away at it?
I do want to go ahead and bash away at it. I do.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead and make your strikes. Lucas and Grimbar, you can all make your strikes simultaneously, so you guys can all roll. We'll resolve them all at the same time.
Double 9s. Let's go.
You definitely, it's a book and it's tentacles there. You're in a small space. It's literally like hitting a tree.
And I'm smiting because,
Excellent. Yep. Roll those
Smite.
damages.
D8s. 3d8 plus 5.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, both those hit Lucas there, so they're 14.
19.
I can attack with both daggers, correct?
Yes, you can. Uh-oh. Oh, that's damage roll, sorry. What's that, 14?
Yeah, it's a 19, Jim, because damage rolls is plus 5.
Crit. Excellent. Awesome. So you just
My
jam
God.
the first dagger in there. Go ahead and roll your sneak attack as well. Yeah, it's basically
Roll the dice.
so it's basically going to be what? You're at
Roll is
2d4
crit damage.
plus
so
10d6.
2d4. So 2d4 plus 5 plus 12d6.
Okay.
Plus
And
6.
then, and because I'm blessed, I get to put the
Not to damage. No, it's
No.
not to
Not to
damage.
damage.
Bless is only for the hit roll, so yeah. Okay, Sora, I'm only seeing one attack from you, Sora. Damage.
I did
damage
two.
wise.
I did 2 9s.
Well, yeah, I'm only seeing one damage roll.
Okay.
Oh.
So I don't understand why I did that.
Whoops.
And I'm also not seeing any thunder damage on that. It's just you're just rolling the d8s.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, also another d6. Okay, excellent. Okay, yeah.
Plus,
Wow. Okay.
Here's the d6 from the other roll.
Cool.
Oh, a whole one.
Nice. Okay. So hang on there. All right. So yeah, hammer smash in, dagger slice in there, rapier and
Fire rune.
Okay.
okay, so
What about it?
my damage only
She
came
can-
in. I haven't done the D6. I did the 2D4, correct?
I don't want to do it just yet, Elney.
Yeah, and you need to roll 12d6 then. Yeah, as well.
Okay, and where does my rest of my bit? Because I get to add my proficiency in there and everything, right?
It's already there. 2d4 plus 6 is what's coming up there on the damage roll. Now you need to add the extra 12d6. Oof, that is a lot of damage. Excellent. Yep.
On a book.
Not necessarily on the book so much. So what ends up happening is the tentacles get cooked. You stab, smash, stab, and sort of like start tearing apart the tentacles. And as you do, there's this sound as they're sort of tearing themselves apart from the book itself. The tentacles are being sort of smashed flat, and Amethyst, you're able to assist as well, kind of pushing, almost like you were pushing the cover of the book open. You're pushing the tentacles down apart, and at the same time, it's like bending the book backwards, and you can just hear this tearing and ripping sound as this is all just. It's this weird. The weird thing is the book is making a sound. There is not a bit of sound from the tentacles. There's no weird flapping sounds or nothing else. It's like silent. There's no scream. There's no nothing. And Lucas, the strangest thing you realize now is there's no sound at all. You're supposed to hear that grasping, that grinding, scraping. It's not there, and it's just this silence. As it only sound is from the book itself. Oh, jeez, a lot of damage.
And that was
Wow,
only
okay.
one roll. I still have another roll.
Yeah, you still have another attack there. You want to do an offhand attack? Yeah, it won't be a sneak attack there, but it's just a little extra damage there potentially. So yeah, you rip. Essentially, you sort of like as those things, you sort of like stab down in there, and Sora, first attack slams it down there, and so the tentacles are almost smashed flat. Lucas, you're saying that you're sort of stabbing down, and as you stab in there, you're stabbing almost into the book itself. And as Grim sort of reached in there, the first dagger, the second one just sort of skitters off the rubbery. Bleh. Actually, no, that's the damage. Never mind. Yeah, there's no sneak attack, second attack. It's just that 7 damage there. So you sort of like scrape along the side there, but that sneak attack there just sort of slams down directly between the tentacles there into the book itself there, and there's this eruption of black inky. It's almost like blood, but it just sort of like spews up between the tentacles. and just
Covered in gunk again.
it doesn't. It just sort of sprays straight up, sort of hits the dome above it there, and just sort of like trickles down to the side, kind of pulling its way, so like easing down the inside of into the dome there, until the dome is almost entirely covered from the inside in this black ink, and it's very, very dark, as most of the light from the side there is now blotted out by this ink on the inside of the wall of force. What is your second round going to be as this thing sort of fights against the control of that you have on this here? Actually, it will make some attacks. See what it can do here. We're just going to go 1. Come on now. 2, 3, 4, 5. So moving around from top to bottom, 1 Eldon. That's going to be a 26.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even with shield.
Okay.
Yep.
Amethyst, it's going to be a 30.
Yes.
Sora, that will be only an 18. Lucas,
That doesn't hit, but
sort of seems fitting here. As the natural 20 hits Lucas, and Grim with a 27. Okay.
Actually,
Yeah.
when it goes to hit him, can I use silvery barbs?
You've already used your reaction to give Amethyst.
I thought it was the top of the round. Okay.
No, it's essentially its go at the bottom of the round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So as you're going right, yeah.
so does that mean I
so-
don't have my reaction either?
If you use your reaction, I don't think you have.
I don't think I have. So
So what's
Yeah.
your reaction?
I'm trying to find my reactions page, but I thought I had Sentinel.
You could then make an attack against it, but you wouldn't be able to stop the attack.
Don't you have protection?
I do have protection. Lots of
I have-
different kinds of protection.
I have
Mhm.
protection of evil from me. Can he actually
Yep.
touch me?
It's a little weird, but it doesn't quite apply in this case.
Um,
As it's not a creature or anything else. It's effectively a construct, and it is not good or evil. It is definitely not. This is a piece of a being that's embedded within a book, and in this case, it's not an aberration specifically.
Jim.
Yes.
So
What you got?
I'm gonna use my lucky feat to make him re-roll the 20.
There you go. Yes, you can do that.
when
Who was the 20 against?
So
Me.
that would have been Lucas. So
So-
Lucas, you essentially, so yeah. So while you sort of figure out what you do there, Lucas sort of like the coin. You just suddenly you have it the first time there. You kind of feel it, and in your essentially you don't actually flip the coin, but you kind of hear the as the coin is flipping through the air. As you suddenly, it's like you see the attack coming and just sort of go. And it whiffs by you as a 17 does not hit you, correct?
No, not now.
Okay. Good. Okay, in that case, moving down the list here.
Sora's reaction,
Sora, what are you doing?
Cloud Rune,
Which is what?
it makes it. I can make it choose a different creature to attack.
There is no other creature to attack. It's all you.
It's not a creature. Okay.
Well, there's no other creature for it to attack besides you guys. Unless you want to make it attack you, you can do that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it can't attack itself.
yeah. It can attack me.
Okay. Does it use the same attack roll?
Yes,
That's an important thing to do. Okay.
yeah, I believe so.
Lucas has already been dodged by it. Which one are you taking instead?
Amethyst.
Amethyst the 19. Okay, good. Okay. So in that case, Eldon, this will be
And a 19
yours.
misses me.
29 bludgeoning damage that smacks into you. Actually, 29, the total of plus 6, 35 damage as it thuds into you. Plus 6. Amethyst, your attack is going to hit Sora instead.
Oh,
Doesn't
no.
meet
Or-
Sora. It doesn't meet my AC though.
30 doesn't hit you.
Oh, that's hers. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 19 was what? Yeah, 30 is a plus
Yeah,
11,
yeah.
so yeah, 30
Okay.
hits you. Yeah. Wow. Again, 35 bludgeoning damage to you, Sora.
Sweet.
Okay. And then I believe Lucas and Grim. Oh, Grim, yours was a 17. The yours with a 27 that it did.
Yeah,
So that
it
would
still
be 26 damage, bludgeoning damage. And they're being held back, but they're still able to almost extend and whip around in this confined space there. Lucas, you managed to dodge. Sora, you sort of use your Cloud Rune effect there, and the one hitting Amethyst bypasses her and smacks into you instead. And everyone takes some damage there. Eldon, I need you to make me a Constitution save.
Okay.
For concentration. So yes, Warcaster applies so with advantage.
Oh, I need one too then.
I make that an advantage.
That was so it would be good with advantage. You make it okay. Good. You wouldn't have made it the first hand. So
Yeah.
So
22 will be good enough. That'll be yours with 20, 35, so it'll be 17 DC. Yeah, so you're good.
you said
Half
I
the
took 27 points of damage.
26.
26.
Remember, obviously you have temporary hit points first, so
Yeah.
not much. Only so the temporary goes away. It's a little bit more. Okay, so that sort of like it happens there. These things sort of flailing and riding around. Eldon, you can essentially go first. React.
Yeah. So the cannon is going to face up, and it's going to unleash its little payload there.
And
So the thing
Amethyst,
needs to make a dex save.
You can't make a dex save.
Okay, so it's
It's a stationary thing being held by
Just-
telekinesis.
Yeah.
It can't actually move.
Okay.
It is effectively it's by all intents and purposes restrained because it can't go anywhere, but it can't make dex saves. It's 11 fire damage. Okay, excellent. And 14 more. It takes that too. So 25. Okay.
Oh, these are the worst rolls. That was so many ones and twos.
It's okay. All right. Amethyst, so as you burn more of it there, you can see again more of that bubbling black. The fountain of gook that there kind of fades away there, and you kind of see the smoldering embers of the book in there as the book is burning now underneath it there. Amethyst, you are still holding concentration on keeping the tentacles down, the book pulled open. What would you like to do?
I can't do much here, so I'm going to just maintain the telekinesis, and I'm just going to use Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
because like most of my damage is psychic. I've got a couple of necrotic, but they won't do much either. So
maybe not. Yeah, force damage is just fine. Go ahead. And then the rest of you all making your attacks, go for it. Whatever you want to be doing there.
Can I attack the individual tentacles, or is it just classed as
You
one?
could, but it's sort of one writhing mass there. And what you did see was that the biggest damage was to the actual book underneath the tentacles there, as Grim just shoved his dagger almost in between the tentacles into the book itself. That seemed to do the most effect. The tentacles are bubbling in there, but stabbing into the book seems to be the most effective.
I was thinking Steel Wind Strike. So I can strike it
Oh, I would say the problem is there's no place to go. You almost like blinking in the same place multiple times. I mean, technically, yeah, you could do that. Essentially, you just kind of like bop back and forth a little bit, and so yeah, you definitely could.
It will do
yeah.
that.
Okay, go for it.
What blast does that give us advantage?
No, it gives you plus 1d4
To
on the
hit.
attack roll. I believe on attack rolls, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
Attack
rolls
rolls,
and saves.
Oof. Okay.
the Eldritch Blast hit it or anything?
Oh, absolutely. The natural one does not, however.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. The other two definitely do. So, yeah. So, yeah, you thud in there. It just sort of like impacts into the rubbery flesh at the base of the book there. Just thud, thud, thud. And the one sort of like just kind of skitters, just kind of shifts off, and thuds into the ground beyond there. Sora. The 13 still hits. Okay, I gotta pull that damage there. Is there any smiting in there?
No.
Okay. Were you planning to smite?
No.
Okay. And with that sunburst, was that an attack? The 12 attack roll? Okay.
It was.
Yeah, that one you hit, but it just sort of like skitters on the rubberiness of it. There, it doesn't actually penetrate there. It has a 13 AC.
Mm-hmm.
So the first, the one from Cloud Strike does hit. Songbird, excellent. Okay, adding these all up.
Do I need to make multiple attacks, or is like the one just? Is it just one? That's just one.
Do I hit with a 13, by the way?
Yes, 13 does hit.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, because I need. Oh, so that's 2 damage.
Okay, no problem. Let's see. That was just one. Wow.
Just one, yeah.
Oops.
Okay,
Why is it rolling it now like that?
it's fine. Don't worry about it. You do get one sneak attack. You wouldn't get two.
I already did it once.
Oh,
I
yeah, sorry.
didn't-
Then
I don't
yeah,
know why.
it's just a 7. It's just a 7. That's fine. So 7, and 23. Yeah, Lucas. I would say you're blinking in the same spot a couple times. There, kind of blinking back and forth. I would say it's not going to be. So do it twice. Once, actually, total of 3 times. Because you get tentacles on one side, tentacles on the other side, and then the book itself. Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we
All right.
haven't destroyed the book yet.
So the tentacles are just sort of like getting pulped and mashed. What you'll see is that more are sort of coming out there, but the book is partially burned. It's got gaps in it. It's been torn partially. It does get one more round as the tentacles are still pushing out there. What you'll see is as the tentacles push out, they actually are sort of tearing the book open further, as if the wounds in the book itself there are now opening up, and more tentacles are ripping themselves out of the pages of the book. And there's very little of the book itself left, as this massive tentacles is just writhing through it. They're trying to push Amethyst control away, but it's not actually getting there. It does manage to lash around, one more round of lashing around at you guys. So first off, Eldon, 26. Okay.
I will do it. Yep.
Okay, so that will be 23 damage. Bludgeoning. Make that saving throw. Amethyst, that's going to be a 23. Sorry, 27 to hit. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Never mind.
Before
Okay,
you do her damage, can you roll at disadvantage for protection?
Also, I am going to activate an infusion for the first time, and that is the mind shielding to choose to automatically succeed on a Constitution.
Cool.
Concentration
Excellent.
check.
All right. Same roll. So 16. So it hits. Okay. Sorry. And ignore that other thing there. It's going to be Amethyst. What the? Come on. Sorry.
Can I do an action and dodge?
You have to do that on your turn. It's not a reaction.
Oh, okay.
But you had you attacked with your bonus action in your offhand. So yeah, we will have it there. So yes, Amethyst.
29.
Yeah, no problem. You're fine there. All right. So Sora, this is the one to you. Okay, never mind. Lucas.
Come on, Jim.
Wow. Never mind. 14 does not hit. And Grimbo, they just get worse and worse here. That's awesome. So essentially, yeah, you find that as the first one manages to hit Eldon, and hit the Amethyst there, the rest are just sort of like flailing around, and you just sort of like they're not hitting you with any force. You're able to just kind of just push them aside, or just move out of the way of them as they smack into the wall of force behind you, or into the sand at your feet. The sand itself is now kind of turning black as where the tentacles are ripping out, it's actually more of this black sludge is flowing out over the stone there and under the sand.
How much damage did I take?
It was a total of 26.
Okay.
You said it's on the ground now, right?
So it was on the ground there. It's the black goo is now on the ground at your feet and everything else, staying in the sand around you.
Don't like this.
Eldon, back to you.
Oof, top of the round.
And
Okay.
we're running a little long here. We're gonna this is gonna
Seeing that is that I am going to kind of angle down the fire, and I want to try and like turn this into glass. Like I am turning this sand into straight up glass. So
okay. So roll that damage there. Aiming it down. Yep. Okay.
Last 4th level spell.
The heat in here is getting a bit unbearable as the continuous flamethrower spells are kind of cooking the sand and at your feet there and cooking this thing and causing like flames erupting on there. So you are running into some problems of and air doesn't pass through this, so
Yeah, it's getting a little carbon
three
dioxide.
rounds of fire, you're sort of like losing your oxygen and such in the space here.
Try to activate them rebreathers.
But just you will see some of the remnants of the book there, and the tentacles themselves there are now completely charred. And the pages are curling up. The last few pages, you can still see the edges are curling up from the flames now. And yes, the sand beyond it is now just this weird. It's almost looking like clear obsidian on the ground there, as the black goo and the sand have sort of cooked in the fire there. Amethyst, the tentacles are pushing there. You're sort of pushing down on the tentacles now. They're gathering up and maintaining your concentration on the telekinesis.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do with the space?
Again, I mean, probably just Eldritch Blast, because I'm just...
Did you get rid of Chromatic Orb?
I did.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah. So, it wasn't a spell that gave you flexibility. You got rid of that one. Okay.
Yeah, I got rid of a lot of spells that, I just wasn't using them, so I was, swapping them out for stuff that I was more likely to use, and then...
The fun thing is you can also burn a sorcery point and just cast 6 Eldritch Blasts into it. You can do it as an action and as a bonus action.
I could do that.
Let's go ahead and roll me 6 attacks.
Yeah.
Okay. Sora, Lucas, Sora, make your attacks.
All right, so hold on, Jim. I'm going to make my attacks, but as my bonus action, I'm going to cast a spell I have Sora's not ever cast before.
Okay.
So here are my 2 attacks. And I am smiting with this, both of them. If they hit. I don't think that 12 hits.
That 12 does not hit.
You're blessed. So roll the d6 and you get a plus.
I'm not blessed. I'm not blessed.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Will a 14 hit?
Huh?
Will a 14 hit?
14? Yes, 14 does hit.
Alright, I'll have that damage then.
Okay.
D8. I'm rolling 2 of them.
4, 11, 15, 23.
For 6 smite damage. And then the spell I'm going to cast. Alright. I'm going to get all bubbly and just tell you guys you're going to heal yourselves. By 11 points. Everybody's going to get points.
Okay. Aura Vitality goes off.
Heal of energy radiates from me within 30 radius, which I'm assuming is all of you.
You're all in there, yep.
Yep. You gain 2d6 hit points. So all of us get 11 hit points back. Not the
temp.
Not the temp. Please don't do your temp.
Okay, I'm maxed. So
you're good then. You're fine.
I haven't gone past my temp yet.
Okay. Okay. So with the tentacles pushed down there, Amethyst just sent a barrage of these Eldritch Blasts, these force damages just ripping into there. You can see from the impacts there, the last really you actually hear the cracking of the cover of the book as it's being pierced and smacked. Lucas, your force damage just obliterates the massive tentacles around this thing there. Just and the last hit there.
I haven't even attacked yet.
Go for it. Give me your text there because this will add into what's happening here. You'll see this. Your last force attack there from Seal Wind Strike there. Just parts, like kind of literally like almost like it pulls apart the tentacles there, opening up the space. The 37 damage. You'll see that opening that he creates, Grim, you just sort of sink the dagger into there, and the blood the black goo doesn't shoot up, it just sort of bubbles up around it, opening up there. And Sora, that strike from the one strike from Cloud Strike hits in there, the thunder damage actually cracks the stone underneath the book as you can just hear the cracking of the stone there, and the spine itself just tears apart. Like you just hear the sound, and the tentacles at that point just go limp. And everything is quiet. Other than the strange sort of sound of the things on the outside of the wall of force as they are still kind of pushing and trying to get there. The wall of force is still intact, and they cannot pace through. The book is a smoldering flag of paper and what almost seems like bone. The cover you realize now has broken and shattered and splintered, almost like bone itself. And the tentacles are all just sort of this rubbery, flat mass.
Did everyone freeze?
Nope.
Yeah. The roll 20 for a second there.
Roll 20 or Discord?
Let's just roll 20. Yeah, roll 20 did for a second there. But yeah, hold on.
Elney dropped. Came back.
Mm-hmm. No camera there.
We're in the wrong place.
Move. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get back there in just a second here. Oh no, he's gone entirely.
He'll be back.
Okay.
Maybe.
There is no movement. There is no sound. It is completely, at this point, silent in this space, other than you can hear the sounds scraping along the outside of the wall of force. Lucas, there's a quiet in your mind, in your ears, that hasn't been there for as long as you've known everyone here, obviously. From before that, sound is gone. The connection is broken. There's nothing left there in this presence. Now you're still in this space, and it's a little hard to breathe. You're realizing you're really having a hard time now, as the smell of this gook and the lack of oxygen in here. You realize that you're going to have to drop the wall of force or do something else here. What would you like to do?
Have you got time to for a teleportation circle?
You absolutely can.
Thank goodness.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I will drop the concentration right as we are touching it.
Okay.
Where do we want to go?
Where do you want to go exactly?
Portals?
Oh. No, we can't.
Might as well.
We can't. We told
Why?
our airship to meet us at Anol Korun.
Portaurus.
No,
They
Portaurus.
Messages to say they've arrived in Portaurus and we'll meet them there.
Yeah.
They're in Portaurus.
We told them to go to Anol Korun,
we didn't.
though.
No, we
we
didn't.
didn't.
We
About
told them
the
to meet us
remains
at
of the book.
Portaurus.
There is one thing to remember, Sora.
Yeah, I know.
There's the baby you left.
We're gonna retcon this and say you let the little one in someone's care.
Yeah, she's at the church. Definitely in
Okay.
the church. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Oh,
She
so we
totally
need to go to
didn't
Anol Korun then.
We do need to
Oh
go.
yeah,
to
you've been doing this with a baby on your back. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
no.
Totally did. Totally did do that.
Put her in a bag of holding. She's fine, right? He's fine. Sorry, it's a he.
The Irish.
We need to go back to Anol Korun, and I need to get to the Temple of Light, and I need to get that kid back.
Well,
And
obviously
then-
we're
Give me a
sending this time.
Okay,
yeah, give
you
me
do
a
tell them
name
we're
and
coming.
we'll do.
Okay, if you do
What
a
about-
sending, let them know you're coming. The sending is there, and
What about
now.
the remains of the book?
I mean, you can gather it up if you want. It's not that it's sort of a mess on this cracked stone now.
And I'll scoop it up in my bag.
Yeah,
Scoop it up there. Okay.
Give it to one of the
Eldon, you scoop it up there.
All of
Ascending is sent there and confirmed. Lucas, you're sort of like getting to the point now where it's like you're having a hard time like casting the spell. The vocal components are a bit of a struggle, but you manage to form the thing there. You step through. Eldon, the wall of force drops, and as it does, there's sort of a rain of black goop that was sort of coating the inside of it there as these sand wraiths, like probably 6, 7 of them out there, just sort of start to rush in as you're gone and appear in the circle chamber in the Bardic headquarters. Woo! And with
Did
that,
you guys see that last blow? I killed it and saved all of y'all's lives.
Dude, keep telling yourself that.
Whatever.
I'm telling you. You know?
All
and
right.
with that, as the bards at the circle chamber, you gave them enough notice they could make sure it was okay there. They weren't on high alert, and knowing who you are, and at least they were warned what you were doing. Haloric is actually not surprised to find you popping back in, just covered in gook, smoke stained, like soot stained faces, and just a mess. But with that, the black book is destroyed, and you have a time to at least settle and go and collect a little one. And then when you have the time to rest, pop back to Port Orith and meet your crew and do what needs to be done from that point. But that will be for next time. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for being around a little longer than normal. But appreciate you being here with us. Love you all out there, and can't wait to see you again next week. As always, drinks are on us, and can't wait to see you again really, really soon. Have fun, everyone. Bye.
Bye.